Should also write down what mic we're using. Dang it. Okay, Strayman. And the agenda. All right, that's out of the way. I'm gonna clean up in the background for a little bit here, and then we'll probably get started. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, check, check. Testing audio, 1, 2, 3. Good deal. All right, let's get started. Friends, welcome in to the channel. I'm Declan. I stream on Twitch under Fimorth and on YouTube under Better Done Right. Today we are messing around in the project room. We're gonna work a bunch with lasers. I spent a lot of time this morning calibrating a different lens, which should get us into some really high detail engraving. We've got some ongoing projects that I will endeavor to continue on today. And we have a couple things to unbox simply because I need the B-roll on such things. So yeah, kind of the usual mix of oddities. Kind of an interesting note on Twitch is they seem to have changed, at least when I started streaming, maybe it was in October, roughly. It became a little bit more known that Twitch had changed how it was counting lurkers as viewers or not. And what it's been doing since is not counting them as actual lurkers. So I spent a little bit of time setting up basically a pop-out chat so I can actually see you guys chatting, and then a secondary chat where I actually can see who's in chat. So I don't stare at a 1 or a 0 number and think nobody's here, when in fact there's maybe 6 people here lurking. So if you're a lurker, like don't want your name called out, let me know. Anybody who's in here, I don't think has a problem with that. So we have Adobo Big Mac, we have Cider Taco, Dadi Gaming, we have Ooh Car Ooh, and Ziggy Bones. Thank you all so much for tuning in and checking out the stream today. Yeah, we got some stuff coming up. We have a chat from Dadi with some emotes, appreciate that. First time chat technically, but I know you've been around a little bit probably. And then Ziggy Bones, welcome back, welcome back. So yeah, let's get started. One thing we will do, I've been making these little note cards, and I don't actually think I can make more until I swap out lenses. Oh, how about we actually change cameras? There we go. This is what the result was. I think this was last stream, last weekend. Yeah, just a cute little note card. We went through some iterations. I want to make a fair few of these, ideally today, and use it for a video project that I filmed yesterday, and do kind of a, I guess technically it would be a live take in that case, but it would be a kind of a B-roll explainer of part of that video. So that might be kind of fun if we can get to it, which I hope we can. So to get started, let's open up a couple things. I got a couple goodies to do teardowns, and then we have 2 goodies for the laser that I've never opened up, but if we get to it, I would like to mess around with today. So let me get us set back over here. Hopefully. One of these days I will learn which is the second camera, which is the third camera. These are a recent acquisition. I will just pull up my stream manager over here so I can see a preview since my back is pointed away from you guys. But there we go. Okay, so these are pretty nifty. I did a decent amount of research in the sense that I looked at a lot of products and tried to figure out which ones to get. But these are just bits for a screwdriver or a drill gun. We have Allens. We have Torx. And we have kind of a combination kit, which is Phillips, square, slotted, and a couple standard Allens. So this is from the brand, maybe I'll let you guys be the expert here on the name of that. And let's see, that's upside down for you guys. There we go. But this is an assorted size. I think there's even duplicates, potentially, on these torque bits. Yes, so we get 2 sets of Torx. We have from T10 to T40. On our Allens, these are a squared off one. They're not a ball end. I prefer, for what these will be used for, the ball end style, so you can be off axis a little bit, but these will work just fine. And these range from a size 3 to a size 8. I believe that's just millimeters. And there's a couple of duplicates in here. We have 3 of the 4s, 2 of the 5s, 3 of the 5s, 3 of the 6s. So there's some duplicates, which may not be much of a concern. Name not complicated enough to remember. Very true. Very true, Dottie. Hope you're doing well, Dottie. Hopefully you're able to get some rest. Hopefully your migraine has concluded. I don't know if I've been shorted one Phillips, probably not. This is the kind of assorted set from them. These are reasonably priced. I think they were anywhere from $10 to $20, which is kind of the general price a lot of these things were going for. But I picked these out in particular because they were over 4 inches in length. The reason that, really the whole reason I've bought these is when I'm disassembling something and there's a hidden pocket screw. I don't think 4 inches would quite cut it. So these are 6 inches long. And then I also really liked that they were rounded and they weren't full length. Like this would, a lot of them were much more this style, where the kind of quarter inch bit connector down here was actually the full length. It didn't taper. And then you would have your Phillips on the end. And I didn't like that because a lot of times you need kind of the skinnier screwdriver size to actually get access to screws. And if I were to loosen something and then use this by hand, that's a lot more comfortable to me rather than holding a hexagonal shape. It still works fine, but it is a little more comfortable when it's rounded. So these are pretty neat. These will make lots of appearances. I don't know, I might split up these sets because now I have some hexes that are duplicates. I don't anticipate needing these squares, so I might make myself kind of a compact set of a Phillips or 2. Something worth noting that I did not pay attention to that I've now seen is you get an assortment of sizes for your slotted. There's 3 different sizes, but the Phillips is only 2 different sizes out of the 3. So the 2 smaller ones are the same, and the larger, we have 2 plus 2s and we have a plus 3. I really need that plus 1. Let me double check that I haven't lost it in these bags. Okay. GG Ginzern. GG. So there we go. That's the really the one that I needed for a lot of teardowns, was something smaller. That's a +1 size according to them. So, yep, these are exciting. They are magnetic. They've been picking up on all kinds of things. So it's nice to have out of the box, but it's really easy to magnetize stuff. Just run a strong magnet down it a bunch of times in the same direction and you'll be golden. So that was the first thing. Let's look at the next. So I have opened this prior, but I actually haven't really delved into it. This is from CommMarker. I got this along with the laser, and it's the R5 multifunctional rotary kit. And a rotary just lets you work with cylindrical objects, whether it be tumblers, glasses, rings, chopsticks, all sorts of things. So we have, let me flip this around so you guys get the right direction. We have a user manual, which, as far as I understand, is actually quite detailed. So maybe we will actually peek through it briefly. We get big pictures. Everything seems to be well documented. So you have your general setup, then your connections, and then setting it up for software. I believe it shows you how to set up on the two main platforms that this laser supports, Lightburn and EasyCAD. So that's really cool to see. Just like the laser, I like the packaging. This closed cell foam is about your best bet, in my opinion, for shipping things, if you really need it to arrive in one piece. We've got a whole bunch of different bits in here, so I think I'll just take everything out and then we'll kind of walk through what I understand their use to be. Lost a little set screw in here. Make sure I haven't lost anything else. We have a sub layer here that is nicely machined. Okay, so we have basically two separate rotaries. We have a roller style, which would be this one. This is anything that is going to be flat across it doesn't change in diameter across its length, so dowels, glasses that are consistent all the way along. This is a really quick and easy way to work with those. I don't think that this has really a whole lot of complexity to it. It's just a belt-driven stepper motor, which you would connect with this connector, which is a locking 4-pin connector that goes on the back of the laser, and then the connector for the stepper motor. And this cable gets swapped between whichever unit you're using here. So this one's pretty simple. The other one, the chuck, does require a little bit of assembly. And this is probably the one I would expect to use the most, but it all depends on what you're actually working with. So we have some different stand components that mount into this. We have the chuck. We have some screws. They do give us Allen keys again, which is nice, and these are not over-oiled like the last set was, and these are ball end, so that's an example of ball end Allen keys. You can be slightly off axis and work with those very easily. If we could get focus. There we go. So yeah, very nice that they supply those and that they're of that quality. We have some different jaws that appear to be plastic with metal inserts. So you can fit different sized round objects, like the bottom of a glass. We have some fingers, so you could hold the inside of something, like a ring. And then the rest of this would be what's already mounted to the chuck, which these little jaws expand out, and you'd mount your various either fingers or jaw teeth on the different positions there. Looks like this can be spun out and then locked down with these thumb screws. We have a regular stepper motor in the back. I think that's a NEMA 17. And then some nice thick aluminum extrusions, or not extrusions, but pieces to make up the rest of this. So to make this all work, I believe we drop this part and mount it. Just make sure that does not slide. So it goes here by the looks of it. And this looks to be identical side to side. So we'll just slot these recessed screws in. And probably going to be better off if I just grab an Allen key to back that up. Probably a 3mm. Yep. All of these screws seem to come with Loctite, which is nice. Some added security. And then we'll mount this other. There we go. Looks like our stepper then mounts between here, and we install a screw or two. I am curious if it matters which orientation. It looks like we can mount it this way and that should work fine. It looks like I could have installed this with these two parts, but this little pivoting bolt with that small hole through it comes out, so we should be able to install that back in on this side. There we go. So I think what they want me to do is to actually install only one of these legs first. Even though I found a workaround for it. that through hole on the head of the bolt is meant to be tightened with one of these Allens, I think. So I'll make sure it does get tightened. That way that doesn't come loose and then enter inaccuracies into our arrangement. And then I might as well, while I've got the screw here, loosely attach this side. If I were a weaker man, I would have this done already, because I would have looked at the instructions. But being the person I am, I don't always look. And we get these fun little adventures and we learn things by doing them 4 or 5 times. Okay, so now we have the chuck mounted. There's no kind of indexing on this, but the clamping seems reasonable. I don't think I would ever really exceed that. So that's good. I'm excited for this. I've had this laser for a little while and I've just never used it. Okay, we have this mechanism over here, which has some dovetails on the bottom, a adjustable turn screw here, and what we fix onto there is these roller guides. So you have one where you can lay something on top of it, or one where you can kind of capture it in the middle. So this needs to get installed depending on which side I will use. I'll put the rollers up based on what I anticipate using. And I think this little bag is gonna have the 2 screws that I need. And that's another, I feel like that's too small for that, so maybe that's like a 2.5. There we go. Get these both started. Very good. And then with those dovetails, we slide those into the matching slots on this base plate, which right at the beginning here is a little bit hard to move. So I'll crack loose one side. That still gives me trouble, so let me crack loose this other side. These might be spaced just so that you can permanently fix it down. So they probably just need to be loosened. And then we have a couple screws over here. This plastic one might fit in here. It seems to. That's a thumb screw that you can tighten down and it'll grip in this bottom track. And that'll let you release this so you can adjust it all. I'll just set this probably in the middle of what I expect to hold. And then I'll just snug down these outside shoes as well. And I'll just keep the Allen keys handy. And we'll do it like that. I believe this screw may be an optional version to this one, though the threading is probably different. So it's probably for something else. Let's try that in place of this one. That does seem to thread. So you may just get options there if you want to have it fixed permanently, or use an Allen key there, or have the plastic thumb screw. Very cool. So now you can adjust the height here. Until you get what you need. We should have some screws. Looks like we have 4 back here that would mount in here at the bottom. I don't know, maybe they sell another accessory where you would mount something back here, but I don't seem to have anything that would work with that. So 3 more screws to kind of hang on to, that's great. You probably could also use these screws or these slotted ones, the holes, to fix this to the laser table so that you can't accidentally bump it if you're doing a repeat project. So all of these jaws are soft jaws, being the plastic. They're a slightly soft plastic, so they're like over molded over the metal threaded insert. So these shouldn't mar anything. They're very strong, so I'm assuming the metal actually has an angle here. So this is probably a very soft plastic or a hard rubber, which is really cool. You get a couple different shapes. So we saw the stepped ones earlier, but you also get deeper ones as well. I think personally I'll install these deeper ones for what I intend to use this for initially. And to do that, it'll probably be easiest to loosen this and put it upright. Get my screws. If I were to do a ring, I'd install these 3 fingers. You'd adjust it to hold your ring, tighten it down, and away you go. But for me, I will use these larger jaws. So let me figure out which holes these align to. It looks like the 2nd and 3rd line up. It looks like they might give you 2 spare screws to go with all this, which is always very nice to see, especially on the smallest screws. They're the easiest to walk away. All right, I'll give you guys a little bit of a preview of what's to come and what all this is for, at least with this first setup. So to get these jaws to work for what I want, I'll just load in what I intend to use here and start adjusting things. So I'll lower this holder, and then I'll turn the chuck. Looks like I can brace the chuck here to tighten, and then I would tighten my set screws. Looks like this diameter of can is slightly too small, so I would probably have to use the combo size jaws and use one of the inset sizes. But I have another size can, a more typical size, and that's what this could be for. So look at this now. Tighten that thumb screw and that one. And that is very, very nice. Wow. Yeah, I don't know that I could set this up any better than that, really. It's probably just that the aluminum can isn't perfectly straight, so that little bit of wobble. But if we needed to support this a little further out, I can engage these rollers from the bottom with some light pressure. Looks like since we're not perfectly straight on, we'd have to be a little bit careful with the alignment because it'll bump it loose. Now we have a little dent, dang it. There we go. But yeah, if you're doing a glass or something and you didn't want to grip it super, super tight, that would make sense. These jaws, I guess you could also, I don't know that you'd mount them in reverse, but you could use the back side of it to grip maybe a bowl or something. And you just run these out instead of in to clamp on something. So that's really cool. I'm looking at this support, and actually it has a little bit of backlash, but that doesn't matter for this design. It's not going to move up and down regularly. And I was worried it could be back driven, but it really can't. So that's good. It looks like you'll be able to actually apply a decent amount of support and have it just sit there. And I've actually dented this can, rolling it on those rollers. So I would probably adjust that. I'd let these loose. Loosen up all of this. Let's say I would use it there. I would probably want to catch this just under the lip of the can, kind of to where it's going to center itself. And that might give me just a touch of consistency. So that's super cool. Hopefully we'll get to using this later. My goal for this is to see if the laser is capable of cutting through one of these pop cans in a reasonable amount of time. Some distance up from the edge, it should be consistently thin, and if I can make it in enough passes to reliably cut through these, I could make very consistent sheets of metal, essentially. I would need to find a way to straighten out the sheets, cut them down the seam here, straighten them out. Then I can use those for templates and different, just different maker projects. Having sheets of aluminum would be super handy. So yeah, that is the R5 rotary that you can get with the Omni series from CommMarker. I would also wager that you can use the R5 on their other fiber lasers and such. But that is the R5 kit. Very exciting. I think I'll take a quick look at my agenda and we'll see exactly what we've got going. Okay. I found this set screw earlier. I'm trying to establish where it may have gone. I think it goes in here on the jaw. Try to point to that. Let me get the right size key. That might be too small. Nope, got it. So it looks like on the jaw itself, ooh, I'm glad I didn't lose that. There is a spot for this set screw to go. That is probably a permanent lock to be directly engaged with these teeth. So I'll just loosely install it, but not to where there's any back drag on that. So it'd be a way of directly holding these brass teeth to where it won't physically have any backlash if you had to grip something very lightly. Though that would probably only apply to the one jaw. So it is a little bit curious, the necessity of that, but yeah, I'm sure if I did need it, I'll be glad to have it. All right, we'll put this to the side for now, and we'll get back to some laser stuff. I'll see which projects will be best to start with. I do need to get a new focus gauge made, so we may do that. That'll also test how it cuts aluminum or engraves it. And then from there, we should be able to swap lenses back and make any of the projects that we're continuing to work on. So I'll pack this stuff up here. I'll set it to the side, and then I will meet you guys back over at the computer. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? If you guys are lurking, feel free to keep lurking. But if you're hanging out, how are you guys doing? I think I have an update from a friend, so I'm just going to quickly look at that. Make sure everything's going okay. Good update. I could actually use a comfortable chair. Why not? So, the testing I was doing earlier was to calibrate the laser. It's something you want to do simply because the calibration they give you doesn't necessarily match your specific laser. And there could be small discrepancies between lasers. So I calibrated the lenses. We may recalibrate one and document that process. That would be great to be able to share with people that have a similar laser to me. But I think for now, let's work on focusing the laser. So if I can locate the remote that I set here, I'll set this as, we'll just make this scene 1, though I think the focus is off. Yeah. So without the light, it's not really paying attention to me. So I'll add a little side light and see if that works a bit better. That's the problem with the higher contrast lighting in here, is you can have some problems with autofocus. I'll turn up the fill light a decent bit, and it's not adding too much to the background, but it might help. Not really. We may give up on that. Let's see if we adjust exposure just a little bit. If it gets my face a little more often, I think that may work. We may go with that. Okay, so we'll have some options here, and we'll make this position 1, and bring you guys over to the laser so we can kind of get a view of the laser. I'm gonna make this position 2, which it decided to do the other position 2, which is fine. We can work with that. We do also have the other camera, which I can plug in, and we can start hopping into the software and such things. So up on the side of our laser, right by our glasses that you can't see anything of, so I got papers in the way, put these bad boys on, and we'll swap mics. Since we're sat here. My goodness, I have so many things on this table. All right, that has a little bit quieter noise floor, and I think a little more rejection. And I'll be able to hear myself. Okay, everything's booting up now. So right up here, this little guy, which I'll zoom in on some more, is what I made to guide my focus on the 150mm lens. So we're gonna make another one of these, but now for the 70mm lens that I've installed. And ironically, I have forgotten to unbox something. So we'll actually shut the laser down, swing back over there, and unbox that quickly. I feel like I need to clean this up a little bit more. Okay. Swap microphones. There we go. Ooh, thing unboxing. Heck yes. We have ads in 3 minutes, giving you guys a heads up. And I'll just do this quickly. So this is the lifting table from CommMarker. This comes with the Omni one. It may also be included in other kits as well, but this is going to become relevant for us on this shorter lens that we have installed now. This is a really simple device, or at least simple in its purpose. And all it does is extends. It's meant to be fairly stable and flat, and be able to essentially extend up or down kind of like a forklift. Seems like it doesn't get back driven, which is nice. The feet on the bottom are just little bits of foam. It is steel all throughout. Everything is either sheet metal and spot welded, or maybe stamped metal, cut with a die and such. But the range of motion, that being only halfway right there, is actually pretty significant. I almost need to put this on a drill. So yeah, that's a good 6 to 7 inches there. With it collapsing all the way down to probably about 2 inches there. So quite the range of motion. Very good. Let's go back over to the computer. Yeah, the classic thing riser. And now with our lift table in hand, I can explain why it's important to us. So with this new lens, its focus is about 20 centimeters. Well, when I adjust the laser down, either manually or with the automatic adjustments, I actually can't get close enough. It'll stall out for it to engrave right down there. So that's where this little table comes in. It fills in that space, and then you can also somewhat fine-tune the adjustment, though that doesn't seem to be its exclusive purpose. I had kind of imagined this would be much finer so that you could focus it very carefully, but it looks like that's maybe not going to be a strong suit. Though it looks like that's a lot easier to do than just bumping the automatic one or overdriving the motors with the manual dial up here. Backdriving that's not the most fun. So we've got a laser warming up now. I'm going to cut a piece of paper to work with for our focusing. And then we'll probably end up doing ink on aluminum like we have, and try to establish our peak settings. This being steel, I think it might even be stainless. Yeah, the top and bottom are stainless steel, which is nice. And then I think it's coated as well. So the magnets that I have don't actually clamp down on it other than the weight of it. So that's not too much of a concern. Let me swap microphones. And we'll get these headphones on. Okay, so I know roughly what distance we need to get to, but why don't I treat this as something from the beginning? So if I were to set this focus up initially, what I would probably do is make something in Lightburn that would just be an image or text, something very simple just to get some marks down on paper. So we'll hop into Lightburn and I'll actually delete what I've already created and we'll make it from scratch. Doesn't take very long. And let me get our cameras set up here. I'll actually move OBS over there. And we'll get our Lightburn up along with our additional camera if I can get it to wake up. There we go. All right, so now we're in Lightburn. What I would do is create a text layer that just says the test that we're doing. So we're doing the 70mm lens, and it's a focus test. So I'll highlight that. We'll align that left, and I'll just center this on our workpiece here. And then I'll also make a distance scale. So I'll just work from one of these corners, hold shift, click, and then before I click for a third node, I'll hit escape. And this just gives me a line that I can then select. We'll go to the array function and I'm going to add rows in the Y direction here. So I'll click Y. Maybe add 25. And now there's 25 of these lines spaced 1mm apart. We'll hit OK. And I'll just center this layer behind our text. Now we have a little chart. So back at the laser, what we're going to do is, with our piece of paper, we're going to have to adjust this angle for sure. And maybe down so it focuses more reliably. Oh, doesn't seem to like changing today. Okay, well, hope that's good. I'm going to use a binder clip, one of these sprung paper clips, because its angle is about 45 degrees if I tuck the paper behind one of these springs, like that. Then I can place this on our little table and work with it from there. If I didn't have any concept of where this should be, you could also freehand it if your laser, this specific one, can run pretty quickly. So I'll actually, we'll place this all the way down, a bit lower than maybe it would need to be. And I'll hit run on the machine. Make sure the laser is actually not enabled. So So I'll enable that, and while it's doing that, we'll go ahead and get a slightly better angle here. And I wonder, it may be worth setting a specific distance here. That doesn't give me direct access here. 2. Okay. So the laser is now warmed up. So we'll run this. And that's actually kind of cool. Let me make sure you guys can see it. So there's a very out of focus beam dancing across there. So I know it's out of focus. So I'll just move it up a little bit by hand and run this again. And I can see that the dot has gotten significantly smaller. So I'll move it up even higher. Let's get you a better angle now. And I'll run it again. Now we're starting to mark the paper. It even burned it a little bit there. So I know somewhere in here is getting close. So I'll kind of estimate that. And I can also move this up about the same distance. Now I'll put my clip on. And maybe I can turn this to where you guys can see it a little bit better. So I'll just do a sanity check to make sure I know. Yeah, that should be decent. So now, when I run this, I'm running it at an angle. So our text being in the middle, and then our lines spaced evenly apart. So as I run this, I think our settings are decent. I'll actually make sure I've got my layers set up. I can't tell the difference between the two colors here with these glasses on, so I'll just select my individual layer and make sure it's targeted to the correct layer. There we go. So that was slightly incorrect. I'll set this. We'll actually leave it about there. So now we'll run this. And it's thrown me an error. That would be because I've put the layers the wrong way. Fill versus line. There we go. Now we'll run this. That's actually funny how it was at that angle. I didn't quite grasp that it was going to do that. But that makes sense. But you can see there's a little bit of difference there. So I'll actually have to run this entirely backwards for you guys to be able to see it. And I think to make that sensible, I'll rotate our text 180 degrees, and we'll run this again. Okay. So now what we have is a gradation of effect where one end is not affecting the pigment in the paper as much, and then it affects it more and more, and then it actually starts cutting in the middle, and then less effect and less effect to either end. And you can actually tell, you could probably count the lines. You could even make your lines have numbers and tell you how many millimeters potentially, so you know which way you're staggered. But you'd probably want focus to be in the middle. Maybe that would make the most sense. But you'd basically be looking for the point on this line, or which line has the most damage. In this case, it happened to land on focus. It could have been up here, it could have been down here, but this is a pretty easy way to broadly see where you want your focus to actually land. Yeah, Donnie, fire and laser beams. It is really cool. It is really cool. So now we know roughly where the laser needs to land, and I think it's been overexposed for you guys the whole time. So let me turn that and just describe it again. So we have an area where the lines aren't as visible. They get brighter and brighter, and then it actually starts cutting into the paper. Then it starts having less and less energy. The part where it's cutting, it just happens to work out that the settings are strong enough to cut, but you can calibrate your settings to find this threshold to where perfectly in focus is actually cutting. And on this paper, you can kind of see the effect that it has as it gets more and more in focus. You would just move up and down until you can see both ends of the spectrum where it starts to taper off again on either side. And then you'd find your most focused point, which for us happened to land on focus, and you'd get yourself an approximate measurement. You probably want to be within a centimeter or so. Right now I'm at about 20 centimeters, about 222 millimeters, roughly looking at that. So I'll write that down for myself, that we thought 222 millimeters was pretty close. And we'll start doing finer tests to really dial in the settings from here. So we can use that same piece of paper, so all of our testing is kind of in the same place. I'll use my ruler now, because we're going to place this piece flat, and I'll just measure up to my reference line and lift the table or lower the head until we get about 22 millimeters, or 222 millimeters. So right there is 222. And what I will do is kind of line this off to the side, get it centered up. And back in our software, we'll make a new layer. So I'll select all this and just delete it. We won't need it for now. And I'll grab new text and I'll just put down 222 millimeters. And we'll just do 222. That way we can stack different numbers next to each other. For the height of this, I have it at 2.5 millimeters. I think that will be fine for us to see easily. I'll try to weigh down my paper so that this could be a little bit more consistent. Even the paper wrinkling a little bit could actually affect our focus test here. So I will grab this, make sure it's very much centered, and we'll head back to the laser here. And I'll run this. I'll make sure this is in fill mode. And I'm going to make sure my interval is fairly close to each line overlapping. I do know this will be too much power based on our last test. So I'm going to increase the speed and use a frequency that is going to reduce the intensity. So we'll run this.
And I got my alignment way off. So I'm going to move this up, run this again. And our result is a very crisp little 222 millimeters. I'll just hold this by my thumb there. So you should be able to just about see that. Now, what I'll do, it'd be nice if I had a table that would adjust each, like side to side as well as up and down. Maybe that'll be something to explore in the future. But for now, I think I'll just kind of slide everything. And I do actually have a guide to the side over here. So I'm going to grab that loose and use it to hold the aluminum plate at the bottom here in a certain direction. So all this will be meant to do is restrict the movement of that plate to one coordinate. And I think I only got the one plate with this kit from ComMarker. But seeing that I have a 3D printer, I'm not very upset because I could just print custom fixtures. So I'm going to get this as squared off as I can think of it being. And then I'll push this plate up against it. And now when I slide this plate along it, we should be pretty consistent. So I'm going to pick a spot. I'm assuming we're fairly close to middle focus, being at 222. So what I can do is frame this. And get a rough idea of where that's going to land. Should be mostly in the middle. And let me see here. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. I'll hit start now. Get our first layer. I'll dial up my settings actually so that I can have a slightly higher effect. That's 2 passes. We'll end up maybe at 35 kilohertz. That seems decent. So that's 222 millimeters. Now back in the software, I'm just going to change that 2 to a 3. And I'll adjust the height. Okay, that's 223. And I'm going to slide this plate down about 2.5 millimeters. And I'll run this again a couple times. And now we have a 223 at its focal distance placed below 222. So now I'll get my next setting here, which will be 224. I'll update the measurement. I'll slide my table. We'll run that a couple times. I'll just have it run 2 passes this time. Okay. And something worth noting that I probably shouldn't have done here is changing the intensity from one of these to another. And that's actually a major enough issue that I need to restart this, because that gives me bad data. I'm looking for a change in effect, so I need to have consistent results here. So I won't touch the settings anymore, and we'll just start at 224. We've just slid it over, so I'll just hit run, and we'll just slide our table up. I'll run the table down. I'll update my number. I'm sure there's a way to make a number that iterates every time you run it. That could be an even easier way of doing this. So now we have our 225. Slide this. Put the table down. And you would get to decide how much you move every time. We already have a good ballpark. You could even just start with this test and get a halfway decent result. And this would be 27. Run that. Okay. I'll go one more. I haven't seen as much change as I expected. Okay. Now the slightly tricky part, which will be trying to get above 222. I'm going to hit frame, and the UV is going to show up just a little bit on the white markings. It may not, actually. It may not be bright enough. So I might need to use my indicator here and just kind of align it, just so I don't overlap too terribly. But yeah, having some kind of motorized XY table, or even not motorized, would be really nice. You could move at consistent distances. All right, so we're at 224, so we'll do 223, and I'll just move this table up. So that's 200, 1, 2, 3. We'll run this. Slide it down, measure. $222. Run that. Slide this down. Measure. Update. Run. And I think that's a decent enough result. So what we have is another range of results. And I think the best way to show you this will be if I get the macro set up. But maybe I can spoof this. You know, actually, I've spoken too soon. But I do want you guys to see what's happened. So let me, I think we'll go ahead and set up the macro shots. I think that'll be somewhat interesting to you guys. So let me reset Go to view 1.
We'll swap back to this microphone. And I'm actually gonna take my sweater off real quick. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna set a camera up in the background that we'll use to take macro shots. And I kind of have a lens set up already. And I'm just curious, I think that'll be worth it. So this is a 1:1 macro lens. I'll just turn the laser off so we don't have it in the background. And we'll set this up to take photos of the paper that I just etched. And then I'll tether this to the computer, and I'll be able to bring up the images live. So we'll ditch all that. I'll get a plate for that. I'll take these dang glasses off so I can see, since the laser's off. And I'll just mount this. This is on a macro focusing rail. And it's not the most precise one. I probably should get a different one. But I want to build a different solution at some point that's more automated. So this is fairly imprecise, but it'll work for what we need. So I'll actually flip this around. And we'll probably don't want to move this light too much. It'll mess with our top-down view. So I'll just set this up in a way that kind of makes sense. I think I already have the cable run that I need for this, so I'll actually just grab it and plug it in. This camera tethers over USB-C, and it also charges. So this is a convenient way of charging up my battery in the camera, since I was using this yesterday. And this will be a little more interesting for you guys. I'll see if I can get this to tether, and then we'll maybe get a live view for you guys. So yeah, this is the 50 mil, and that is on. And we jump into settings here. I'll move to a photo mode, maybe that'll help. So many settings in this camera. It's the downside of not messing with it as much as I should. All right, now we have photo modes. Let's see if we can get, oops. I'm actually able to toggle some settings in here that might be useful. Actually, I don't think that'll be relevant. So, looking for my USB settings. Which I feel like I'm always diving around for. There. Is that it? LAN, Wi-Fi. Oh, I actually don't want that presently. You know, the battery's not charging. So I'm going to flip this cable around. For some reason, USB Type-C cables do need to be flipped around from time to time, which I find incredibly ridiculous because you shouldn't have to. Let me make sure this other end of the cable is actually plugged in. Ah, it's not. Okay. So that's why I wasn't getting prompted. There it is. Now I can just say tether. Now it's charging my battery. Imagine that. I think it's pulled up photos, which I actually don't want it to do that. I'll bring up the software. Thank you, Juice. How are you doing? Then I will start that and we'll go full screen. With fresh haircut and stuff. It is time, man. I tell you, it is time. It's definitely time. Okay, I can give you guys a look at this now. So this is the live view from the camera. I'll get my little sheet of paper and we'll try to get this set up. So this is I'm going to use this in a fixed focus way, but we're looking at these numbers that we just ran. I hear you, Juice. Good that you're trying to stay positive, man. That's important. I've been feeling some feels myself. Nothing crazy. Just everything feels like a grind, and it doesn't feel like it should have to be. But that's part of it sometimes. All right, I'm looking for a little light that I have, which I could have sworn I saw. There it is. And we'll use this as a little bit of a fill light. There we go. So now I can use my rail. No, I can't. The table's getting in the way, so let me slide everything to the edge here. That's pretty close. Okay, now I got a big old preview screen behind me. And I can get this in focus. The highlights that you're seeing are, it's called focus peaking. It's actually a video focus assist, but it's very convenient for this, because it can be a little bit hard for me to tell what's in focus and what's not. Okay, so we've got that. I'll probably open up the aperture more than I had it. And that'll give me a better idea of where exactly our focus is landing. So right there, it's showing me the middle. And now I can close the aperture down a bit to make the image a little sharper. And what I should be able to do now is take a photo, but I would also like that to be Well, I think this will be relevant, actually. So I'll take this photo. It's generating the photo. I love you some focus peaking. Welcome in, Avocado. Yeah, focus peaking is great. Okay, now we've loaded up an image here. And this is hot off the press. So this is actually a, not a focus stack, but it is a super resolution mode. So this camera has image stabilizing on the sensor. So in-body image stabilization, or IBIS, and it can move the sensor around to compensate for handshake and things like that. But it can also now, if it's in a fixed position on a tripod, move that sensor around to shift the pixels and basically duplicate pixels and increase resolution. So that's the mode that I'm using here. We've taken a 24 something megapixel camera and we've gotten a hell of a lot more out of that. So let me see if I can pull up the camera directly, which I haven't imported anything. I might have an old photo. So I think that was full resolution, now isn't. But this one should be, and it is 12,000 by 8,000 pixels. So, some quick math. So it's 96 megapixels generated from a 24 megapixel sensor, which is lovely to be able to do. So it's kind of a cheat way that I'm able to bypass limitations that I have right now. I want to get a what's called a microscope objective. It's just the front focusing element of a microscope, and you can project those onto a camera sensor and blow up images to insane sizes. So you can go, right now we're at I think technically a 1x macro, a 1-to-1 relationship. So the physical object in the world is taken in by the lens and it's projected onto the sensor at the exact same scale. That is considered macro, the beginning stages of macro. It's really pretty significant for a lot of subjects. Anything more than that, like 2x, is almost too much. And even like half X magnification can still be quite decent. But for the microscope objectives, we're talking 10x, 20, 30, 40x. I have little eye loops that I use. This is a 10x. It works pretty well, but we're talking about getting really, really sharp and aberration-free results from proper microscope objectives. So the reason for all that, the reason this is really important to me, is I can look at what we've done with this laser. And I don't know why I want to have the physical thing in my hand. It's literally right here, better than I could ever see it with my eye. But we can see some interesting things here. So when I thought we were losing the effect on the paper because it was getting darker up here versus down here, the image happens to be a little bit out of focus, but you can tell maybe, no, you really can't. But the lightness and darkness would be kind of how the laser is affecting something. Well, where it's actually in focus, we can see the individual scan lines as it's gone across. And it looks like they're bunched up together pretty well, so I happen to get it a good setting. But what's interesting is it looks like it's fading more and more as we go up. The lightness of it. So we're basically not removing as much of the ink. But what's actually happening, what we can't tell here because my light wasn't in the right spot, is this is actually up top, this is going deeper. So up top is actually cutting instead of just marking. So our best focus, our most effective cutting is actually somewhere shorter than 221 millimeters. So I kind of caught that at the last second. I assumed it was one way and got proved the other way. I don't know if I can show you this live. Let me see. Our little preview's pretty cruddy. I'll try to get a harder light source maybe. And if I can get just off the edge, yeah, you're really not going to be able to tell. I'll try to focus on just the top. Where's my dials? So I'll move my focus up there. And then let me see, I could use my phone flashlight maybe. I'm looking for a small point source. Actually, I have a flashlight on my desk. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. Let me just check on who went live. Got a few people to lurk on, actually. I've been slacking. Bear with me for just a moment. I try to lurk on all the friends. One of the streamers I follow has been doing a subathon. I think they've been live for, if it loads, 7 hours and 37 minutes, and they have 5 hours left on the clock. They started with 3 hours, like 3 hours free to the subathon. Let me just comment. So that's a great weekend for them. That's absolutely awesome. That really helps the bottom line for this person, so that's absolutely wonderful. Okay, now I can make sure I load my tabs. I have noticed that when lurking, if I load a tab, like open a new tab to go to, I really need to physically go to that tab, otherwise Chrome doesn't load it. And I wonder, is my computer... Oh. I need to figure this out, or we're gonna start dropping frames. My CPU is having a hell of a time right now. Let me... I think I will have to make sure I close some of these old tabs here. I do have an absolute shit ton of tabs open. That is my fault. Okay, so yeah, we've had a few people raid out, which happens. We're still completely maxed out on the CPU. So that's a bunch of tabs closed. It's probably not going to end up being the web browser. That's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, we can close that. Let's lower this one. Bear with me, guys. just gots to lurk. Okay, there we go. Well, we haven't dropped any frames as far as I've seen, which is phenomenal. Happy to see that. I could have sworn that we had another friendo go live. And they're not showing up. I wonder if their stream crashed. Let me just search for them manually. Yeah, it was not showing up. That's annoying. Especially like when my lurks don't count. Oh, my own stream is being previewed at 1080p. No, I don't want to clip it. Ah, this dang window. Good grief. Okay, there we go. I'll drop the resolution on my own. Hopefully, I won't have to process as much. Oh, we have dropped about 3 to 5% on the CPU, so we're not absolutely at 100%, which is really all I need. I just desperately do not want to corrupt a MP4 file because you cannot recover it. If it does not properly conclude the file, it has to like stitch the file shut at the end. If it does not do that, the whole file cannot be accessed. So it's, I shouldn't use MP4, but it's so nice having one file to worry about. Okay, back to our preview. Now that we've gotten distracted, we'll get our phone. Need to head off, Ziggy? Sounds good, man. Appreciate the lurk and the hanging out. That's fantastic. Okay, so now we've got a harder light source. So let's give this a go. We've got that stitching. It's pulled up our result. Where's my mouse? There we go. And we did try to focus on the top. Okay, you can see it. Yes. So up here, this is starting to punch through. So at 223 for the thickness of the paper, it is starting to punch through. At 222, you can see we don't have any of the lightness anymore. We've punched through that like initial layer of paper. And now we're actually starting to physically damage the paper. And then at 221, which is now very faint, you can see actual shadows from the cavities that we've created, the damage that we've done. As the laser gets more and more focused, there's more and more energy. So you have to balance that, where out of focus, you could have settings set up to where if you're in focus, those same settings now do a very different thing than you're intending. So it's really important when you're setting up a laser to establish very precisely where your focus is. There's a little bit of range, depends on the laser, how much room do you have to work with. But on this lens, with this laser, it's very, very finicky. So you can see how much difference there is between 1 millimeter to 2 millimeters. We've gone from not even a kiss cut, but just a light marking to now cutting into the paper. So those are some good results to see, some good things to know. So we could start at 223 and work our way closer. to see what happens. We've basically established where things are getting affected, but we'll also change our settings. We need to dial them back. We don't want to cut for this test. So back with our computer, I think I'll actually, we'll watch this as I close that preview window. Okay, so the live preview is taking a decent bit of compute power, and I'm mostly worried about the temperatures. Like, you can ride really close to 100% and things could still be stable, but having the temperature completely maxed out long term isn't all that healthy. So we're still up there. We're doing a lot with this poor little computer at the moment, so that's totally fair. Maybe to give you guys a frame of reference, I could actually show you what 100% macro or 1x looks like. So I'll actually bring up the live view again. And we'll look at something on it. And what do I want that to be exactly? Let's do this part of it. So this is a $2 bill, which has always felt special, just because they're not super commonplace, but arguably pretty low in value in general and at the moment. So I'll reference my focus peaking again, slide this until we get that pretty close. I'll open my aperture so we're a little more precise as well. I can see how we're not in plane there, but I'll line that up, move my aperture back, and then we'll take this shot. Okay, it's loading the image. And there we go. So this is a macro 1-to-1 representation of a $2 bill. And you can see all of the texture and the fine detail on this print here. All the little dotted lines and all the kind of how the ink would spread out into the paper and probably cotton fibers. But yeah, that's really cool. What I'd like to have for what I'm doing with this laser is maybe a view that's this like zoomed out resolution, but of like this D on dollar with all of that sharpness. I think that would be my next goal in getting things set up. So we do have ads in about 4 minutes, just to give you guys a heads up. And we'll probably just be going through them because we're kind of just messing around right at the moment. So I'm going to close out this software altogether, which I think will leave my camera charging, and it should hopefully reconnect pretty easily. I'm going to take a quick break and go ahead and just run these ads, and then I'll be back with you guys. Alrighty. Welcome back from ad jail if you were there. I didn't have my mic on. Welcome back. There we go. Okay. So we need to lower the power and then move our focus and establish where exactly we need to be at. So I have my chart from earlier back over here. And I'll just use this side. I'm gonna put my goggles on and we'll fire this laser up. I think that'll stay reasonably flat. The little magnet is kind of a pain. It keeps kind of randomly shifting. I need some small blocks of tungsten. Please and thank you. Be very nice. Or kind of a heavy, flat thing to weigh this paper down. We'll just keep going with what we got. So I'm going to line up our piece over here. Why don't we actually look in the software real quick? Let us see if we can get something to iterate. Repeat marking. So we get a little box here where we can set this up. That doesn't seem like exactly what I need. I was hoping it would count for me. I think this would just... It may do that, but it's not as obvious to me as I'd like it to be. So we have another option that I've thought of, and it would be fairly easy to update all of these if we copied it. So if I go to my select and do Control D, it duplicates it right in place, but I can send it to a new layer. I can keep doing this. We'll do 11 layers. And you guys can't quite see this right side. Oops. So let me grab camera for a second. We'll just move me in the middle. So now I've got a bunch of layers over here. And we know our top layer here is too strong. So I'll do some tweaks here to hopefully reduce its impact, and then I will copy it, select all of my other layers, I think, ideally. I guess I can't select all in this box, but I can at least paste. Not quite as efficient as I hoped, but now I'm creating a bunch of duplicate layers. So, well, it remains to be seen if this is actually worth it. I'll probably have to save this as a file that would maybe be the most ideal way to do this, where you guys could, if this was something that you were doing, download it and be able to work with it yourself. So we have 2 passes. I should set this as 1 pass, actually. So the idea here, now that I'm bailing on it, would be to create a bunch of layers. Each layer would have a different distance lettering on it, and then you just toggle the layers on and off. I actually think that might be more work. So I'm actually going to delete these, which is now going to be very painful to do. And I regret everything. Here, I'll make a new file. It'll be much easier. So, we'll say it is 223 millimeters. Go back to our selection and move it to the middle. Our height is 2.5. I'll set my settings to 300 by 40 by 300, and we'll do 1 pass. And we'll maybe have to dial that in a little bit. And now that should work. We can just adjust that as we go, like we had been. So I'll just find a position. We're still, I should measure what we're at, actually. So I'll put us back to 223. And I'll run this. Let me get you guys a view back over here on the exciting side of the world. Okay, that's kind of annoying for focus. Maybe we go without it, since it's been a little bit annoying. Maybe this will give us a little bit of weight. So I'll run this, see what we get. Where's my freaking mouse that I can't see when my eyes have sunglasses on them? Okay, so that is line mode. We need fill mode. Though it looked pretty good. Let's try that again. Actually looked quite good. Our interval is wrong, so we'll go down to 0.05. And I think that will end up being pretty good. We'll just do one more sanity check. That came out crispy. We'll rock with that. I wonder if it's worth increasing the size of our text to 3 millimeters. It's a lot bigger. Oh no, that's 5, that's why. 3. That'll just give us more lines to represent the same thing, which should give us smoother text, at least on the edges. I think that's worth it. Okay, so now we're at 223. Grab my card, and we'll get this kind of aligned. You know, I've been messing around with trying to weigh down our little bit of paper here. I have a binder clip. In fact, I have many binder clips. If I can locate these other ones, we should be very decent. Let me tab up yet another Ferindo. Let's go to an older tab and reload it. So make sure our lurk is counting. Again, Twitch is not... Twitch is not loading the way I expect it, so I'm having to search my friends. Maybe they're having another outage or something. There we go. That's the downside of streaming on Saturdays. Everybody else is always busy and streaming, so I got a lot of work. If I want to keep my lurks up, keep my street cred. Let me look for some more binder clips. I should have some. Oh, well, that was easy. I walked straight to it. I got a whole bunch. Not of the little ones. So they might be somewhere else, and I'd actually have even more. It's exciting. But we'll just use these. Now we're not worried about that shifting. I think the base is going to stay pretty good, relatively. So now we're just going to slide the whole thing. All right, so we'll work from the bottom up. We're going to be at 223. Got it all dialed in. We'll run this. All right, 223. I'll update to 224. I'm gonna measure this down. Sorry, we're going the other way. 223 would now become 222. So I need to raise the table. Very good. We need to slide this. I need like another ruler to measure how far we slide this. Oh, that's had a significant effect. So, yeah, okay. That's the goal. Now to 221. We can run that. I hope I don't accidentally turn the machine off. Wrangling all this. Okay, 200. I can't remember if I slid this. I'm going to slide it a little bit. Yeah, I should slide and then slide. Should be my first and last moves. So it'll be 219. Okay, 218 is next. So we have a result. And I think we can stop this test. What I am seeing is 222 was deeper. And I can just about make out the difference there. Let me get you guys tethered to the big cam. So I think I'll just start that software up. And we're still on the wireless mic. That'll work for now. We'll get our live view. And we got a $2 bill. I think we're actually losing battery life. So our 5-volt USB is not able to keep up. That's kind of a bummer. I'm gonna adjust the rig a little bit because I don't want to move the light because it's a rolling stand and it might adjust my overhead camera. I need to probably establish a permanent overhead rig, but I can do this at least. And let's try to center this for you guys, somewhere about there. Get that kind of close. A little edge light. And then we should be able to slide into the DMs of this test. Bring this closer. Open up our aperture. And bring this back. So we've got centered focus. Go back to there. I'm gonna dial up my shutter. Should probably be much quicker. And we'll just run with a higher ISO. Maybe I can get more light in here. Actually, an underlight might not be the worst. Okay, so we should be in focus there. Much faster shutter speed. Okay, it's generating. That should load up for us in a moment. There we are. Holy freaking shit. This looks phenomenal. To the point that I actually want to take my glasses off, but I can't. I want to keep the laser running. Oh my god. I think that was our thing. I'm turning the laser off. Wait, I'm okay if I cover the lens. So the lens is now covered. Okay, glasses are off. Yeah, this is what I wanted. The detail on this is so much better. Actually, this is exciting. So we're using a higher resolution mode on this camera to bypass sharpness limitations. There's another thing we can do. We can increase the magnification of our lens. You do this with an extension tube. You basically move the back of the lens farther from the sensor. The light is still in focus, but the image that it casts is larger. So you're effectively increasing the crop of a given focal length and in effect increasing the magnification. You will hit limitations. Your depth of field gets exponentially shallower, it seems. You will lose light and you will lose resolution, like optical resolution. But if your lens can give you enough light and can give you enough sharpness and resolution, you can blow that image up bigger and bigger to make it work. And up until now, I didn't think we would get anything from that, but now I'm seeing there's a lot of potential, a lot more left in this setup. So let's quickly look at what we have. This is, okay, I'm freaking out. This is fucking awesome. So we're almost to the resolution example that I wanted to give, that I was dreaming of. So I just had the settings wrong and I had a lot of motion blur, it looks like. But we are at a 0.05 millimeter line intervals. So 5/100ths of a millimeter, not even a tenth of a millimeter. And we have a gap between these lines, which means we still have to go even smaller. We have to go shorter than this interval and move our lines closer together to eliminate that gap. We're not overlapping yet, or we're not quite hitting that boundary. So that's really exciting. There actually could be another reason for that, which I do have to pay attention to so I don't go down a rabbit hole in that. We've figured that out earlier. But now we can see at our next setting, we are no longer, this is so cool. So right here, you can see we're doing it. I need to get an extension tube. This is freaking exciting. Where are my freaking extension tubes? Okay, I'm gonna lose it for a minute here. We're gonna turn the laser off. That is too loud right now. We're gonna close down the camera and the live view, and we will just go to, I think we just go to the overhead cam and reset it to position 1. And we'll bring it down. Okay, so I'm gonna just scramble around. I have got to find these extension tubes. So this lens from Laowa has no automatic functions. It's a completely manual lens. So we can use a dumb adapter on the back. We don't have to transmit data through our adapter. We can just use basically a piece of metal that goes between it. And I don't know exactly where this stuff is, but I am remarkably more organized than I have ever been. Okay, so here's my drawer of extension tubes. And we have a 12 millimeter and a 24 millimeter. Oh, and these do have electrical contacts. So I have already done myself a big solid here in doing this. But this is a macro extension tube. It's like the back of a lens and the lens mount together. I have two. I have a 12 millimeter, 24 millimeter, and combined, we have a 36 millimeter. But what I already have that I didn't realize I did, if I can get the light to shine, maybe just about there, maybe, not quite. I'll try to bring this back. Yeah, there you can kind of see. There's pins. Those are data pins, little communication pins for power and data. So I could use this on a fully automatic lens, but we'll use it as is. It seems perfectly fine. Why not? We'll do the 12 millimeter. Adding distance on the back of the lens actually adds a lot to it. So let me get my little duster and we'll go shut this camera off. You do not want to change lenses on a camera that's on. When the sensor is on, it has a slight static charge. It will cling dust to it. So I hate just changing lenses in general. It bothers me, but you know, it's necessary. It's necessary. So I think what we'll do is we'll take the lens off, install the adapter. I'm gonna try to route this out of the way. And then we'll mount the lens back to the adapter, which actually is going to be a bit of a pain because our lens is mounted to the tripod, not our camera. But let me get this dusted. All right, some camera stuff. Come on now. Okay, that's clipped in there. Now we can take that cap off. And, okay, we've done it. We've done it. Okay, good. So yeah, really excited that I have this already because I can extend any automatic lens I have and it should work. Let me turn my camera on. So this is the shortest extension tube that I have of this type. I think I might have another set somewhere that are I might even have a helicoid one where you twist and it will extend. But I have, yeah, got some cool adapters for sure. Okay, camera's on, right? Okay, USB's plugged in. Oh, I probably have to enable tether. That I do. I really should consider just getting a better focusing rail. There's so much slop in that. We'll just close Lumix, tether, and then open it back up. So we are on the cusp. We could be potentially moving into a new frontier of macro with this, if we can get it to freaking connect. Come on now. It's been temperamental from time to time. Tether. Nothing's changed. Why no worky? Okay, USB is now connected, empowering the camera. But Lumix tether won't connect. I'll try replugging the USB. Maybe it got jostled and it's scared, but if a USB is going to be that finicky of a connection, I really don't want to deal with that. But let's do the easy end over here. Okay, tether. Oh, it might be trying to pull up. Yeah, so Windows is screwing with it, trying to access it like it's a hard drive, and it's blocking tether. Okay, so we were trying to remember where we were at. We were probably pretty close in focus last time. Anyway, let's refocus this. So let me give you guys a view. All right, there's the live view again. Don't know which way to go. Let's go closer. Nope, we'll go back. I thought this worked. Hang on. There, okay, you can get physically closer. So maybe that's your limitation. You can't get too incredibly close. Okay, so that's progress still. Still progress. I think for the aspect of this, it might make sense to have it that way. Okay. We need more light. I think we were close. I'm sure this will work. All right. Work with our rectangle shape here. That's looking pretty good. All right, we'll do the same again. Open the aperture all the way. Oh, we're actually as close as we can get. So move closer. Yeah, you can see how much shallower the depth of field is. And this is just me moving the little gear back and forth on this track. It's such a sloppy mechanism. Yeah, it's pretty imprecise. So I actually need to twist this. I need to get this more in plane with the camera, because our depth of field is so shallow now that we'll have stuff out of focus front to back. Okay, that covers moves quickly. If it moves slowly, we would be more out of alignment. So I'll center it across there. We'll go back to our, we'll do F11. And then I think there's a delay on this. Go into the photo modes. Let me just make sure my aspect ratio is correct. I think 3:2 is the default, so we should be as good as we can. Okay, high resolution mode setting, shutter delay. Let's do 4 seconds to give ourselves time for the camera to stop wobbling. Something's moved, god dang it. So reset, focus again. Okay, oh, just letting go, it moves a bunch. Very imprecise, very annoying. Okay, and then we should have a 4-second delay now. Okay, that is generating the image. We'll come back and see how this looks. We need more light. We could also use a photo mode that is more contrasty. This is I think this is actually a vlog. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wowie wow. My goodness. We're getting better and better. I'd be interested with a different lens to see if there's more sharpness potential. But that might be for a different stream or off stream. But let's do this again with a more contrasty picture profile. Let's just do natural. Okay, that's generating. Chug jug. Oh, more contrast. Sure. And we didn't change the amount of light. Ironically, this is actually, in a way, showing us different things. I think we just need more light at the moment. And a flashlight would work great. But I don't. I do have one. Silly me. And it's a pretty high color rendering index. So let's see if this works. It's actually, it may work well. Fill light 1. Which won't give us much definition on the shape, but it'll give us the most light. Holy shit. This is looking crispy, my friends. So we've eliminated a lot of the texture, but we can see all the gradations. If I light more to the side, we'll see the texture better, which is really important here because we need to see the depth of it. But what we can look at that is so exciting with this is how here, zoomed in too much, our lines are full, we'll call this full width here. Almost spanning to the next line. There's a slight sliver between. But here, it's non-existent. It's almost as if the beam has sharpened so much that it's now cutting into the paper in a very thin area, because it's very hard to tell, especially for you guys on a 1080p stream. I've got my little horn hair here. It's been giving me trouble. Yeah. But looking at the texture, the randomness of the paper fibers, I can see it between. So I can tell this is a thin beam, possibly just due to its cutting. But to me, it's interesting how 220 and 223 look very similar. 223 is a little bit darker, like it might be cutting deeper. But then our 222 is almost coming back out of the depth. So our focus could be like right at like 222.5 or something like that, which may actually be important. So 218, yeah, the lines aren't filled. So let's run some more tests, but I think we're gonna have to move to a different material to get a little bit more information out of all this. So let's shut the camera down. Is that the easiest way to conclude that? I think that is. Hopefully that unloads the processor a little bit. Seems like it may have, so we'll close that. That's fine. Okay, so we have distances. We've got light that we can use now. We need to run the laser. And we were going to compare, we're going to change the interval. Let's just move to aluminum now. And that's going to give us a finer grain structure to work with. So I've run tests before. That's backwards for you guys, but yeah, same concept, but we used ink behind it as a something to give us contrast, essentially. So if I get the big marker, maybe I even cut this to get a workable strip. Might be kind of nice to have one piece to handle. We could probably work with this. Who am I kidding? All right. So I'll just Sharpie. I should probably clean it. Oh well, this will work. Try to use the wide side. I guess I could get that blue marking stuff that they use in metalworking. They kind of leave a layer and then you can scrape away. So there's more contrast, but yeah, now we have a little blue layer that I can lay up and clamp down on our table. Very nice. And I guess I'll just cut it. I wasn't going to, but now we need to. this gets us a workable section. I need my glasses. Lasers going on. And now I need to clamp this, but I think I need to clamp this on the back side so I can still get off to the side to actually measure off of, reference off this table. So we'll clamp there. I'll clamp at the bottom. We're still popping up here, and that's about 1 millimeter. So I don't know if I can weigh that. I can put a magnet down and it kind of weighs it down a bit. So let's pull this cap, let the laser warm up some more. And I'm gonna try to get off in the corner here. I wonder, do I have a highlighter? I do. I have a highlighter. I'm gonna actually write that down. I need to order some more highlighters. I think highlighters can be used, they will fluoresce and show the UV light. They'll transmit UV to visible light, essentially. So I'll just add that. To a little order list. And let's see if this highlighter is any good anymore. Oh yeah. It does not spread very well on this aluminum. Kind of stays loose. But it's up at the top. We should see a dot from the laser. That's awesome. Can you guys see that? Yes, you can. So this is reacting with the UV light from the laser beam, which is at a very low power. I can actually track it easier. I can actually see it on the aluminum foil, just on the bare. So, oh, and just slightly there. Okay. Very good. So this is what? We want to go 222. And we're going to just do some tests in the corner and define our maximum effect that we want to have. Luckily, this is not paper. This is going to be much more stable, not be as easily damaged. So we'll get our settings set up here. I'm just going to mark a very small, oh, not that small, 222. Holy bejesus. That is freaking itty bitty. I mean, it marked it. Do we want it differently? I hate picking this up constantly and looking at it, but I think I have to. So I'll just use an eye loop. I'll get you guys a view of that. One of these. Got a super cheap set, very plasticky, but can do quite a bit. I honestly can't tell at this point. 10x with my eyeball is like not enough. So I know 0.05 is too little. So let's go down to 0.03. I'm going to reduce the speed to 100. And we'll just see what that does. I didn't line that up quite right, but it might have actually been goated because it was partially on the ink and partially on the aluminum, so I can see what it affects. One of these days, I'm gonna need a real microscope. This is crazy. Yeah, 0.3 looks good. To the point I might dial it back to 0.4. See how that looks. Oh, we're slightly off center. Yeah, heck yeah, we are. Move this to the middle, the proper middle. All right, this little lift table has been amazing today. .04 still has gaps between it. So I'm gonna do 0.035. Run that. The scale that we're at is absolutely insane. I still see gaps, but I'm gonna leave that there. I think I see gaps. I'm gonna need like polished metal. This brushed texture on this aluminum's maybe not gonna cut it. I'd say this is reasonable damage, but I'm gonna turn the settings way down. We'll go down to 10 millimeters a second instead of 100. And see how that looks. Okay. I don't think that'll gain us much, but it does spend more time. Yeah, it's affected it a lot more, and I can smell it now. It is much cleaner. Let's split the difference. We'll go 50. Splitting the difference, sort of. I give you, yeah, there's not much to see when the laser runs. Now we're at a micro scale. That's a good balance. Not too much. We know we're at potentially an extreme intensity. So that's looking pretty good. Okay, good grief. Dropping my stuff. That needs to be there though. Okay, so I'm gonna line this up. Just faintly see the beam. And we know that 223 was less, so I think we need to start working well within, and this is actually going to get really hard for me. We've roughed in initially by just kind of hand holding. We got a rough idea. We know we need to be around 220 or so. Then we started getting some results that we could reference, and we found a much closer result and narrowed it in from there. Continued that on, and now we're to the point where we're splitting millimeters at this point because we have a 4 millimeter range and a very dramatic difference between those. So let's go to 223, very precisely, hopefully. Sorry, I've been saying that wrong. 203. If I've been writing this down wrong the whole time, I have. I need to correct that. 203 is where we're looking right now. 203 millimeters. Dang it. Okay. We've got our settings dialed, running. Let's go closer. Can I adjust? Maybe I don't want to, but just like the focus, not the focus, but the laser that's always on, so I could see it just a little bit better. There's no way of seeing it on the black paper, but I can just so faintly see it here. And you guys can't see shit. Okay, that's aligned. Now we're going to (202.5). Running that. Okay. Then 202. Close enough, I guess. Ooh, I heard that. I could hear that one. That's another component of this, is you can hear it affect a material, not just have a visual effect. So let's go 200. Sorry, that was 201. I can't math with these little lines. So that was actually... Heck. I hate messing up these tests partway through. Okay, we're gonna shift over slightly. And we'll move down, and we're gonna reset. So, 203, right there. Let's format it like that. Okay. There we go. So 203. Now we'll subtract 0.5 millimeter. That is 202.5. Okay, now I need to slide this. Run it. Subtract 0.5 millimeter by raising 0.5 millimeter. That is 202 even. We haven't moved this. Okay. To a 1.5. Move this. Okay, I'll go ahead and move it again. That's 201. Wow. You could really hear that one. Slide. This will be 200 millimeters and half. 200.5 millimeters. Even stronger. Okay. An even 200. All right. Exciting. And we'll do one more. $219.5. All right, we have results. Shut the laser down. Confusing results. What on earth? Hopefully, looking at this with the macro setup is going to give us a better idea. This is so odd and bizarre. How bizarre. All right, let's get some photos. It's nice having our camera charge up in between rounds. Keeps us running for longer. Okay, let me start my tether app here. Fuck. Stupid Chrome. Or Edge. Edge is stupid. Windows is stupid. Thank you. All right, hopefully that'll connect. Let's get some water. We have an ad break in a little less than 2 minutes, guys. All right, so we were thinking it was Windows trying to pull access earlier that was maybe stopping us. So let me go. It doesn't look like it's pulled it up. Windows. If this is you, it's very annoying. Okay, so it hasn't connected to the camera. Why? Should be irrelevant of that. Unplug and replug. Hit all the same buttons again. I don't want to keep it running because we don't have the, potentially don't have the horsepower to keep it forever. We need to let our poor little CPU chill out a little bit. Okay, this is the view we have now. We've moved up to the aluminum and ink. And why don't we put this to the side, but blast from there. That could be annoying. Can I hold that? Maybe I could hold that. Maybe if I put this reflection over here and then hold this there. Although it's each LED that's reflecting. I'd like to have really even light. Oh yeah, go from this direction. That makes sense. The freaking base of this is all mangled. So I'm just gonna pull that rubber off and do that. I guess I could fold that too, sort of. It's something. I think that may work. Okay, let's try to get this in focus. Do we need light anywhere else? Yeah, we could hold that in a minute. Okay. We'll get our focus here. We'll open up the aperture. Forward is not the goal. Hard to see a blue focus peaking on blue lettering. All right, I think that's really close. Let's stop this down. Get our other light in here. Oh, 200 is too fast, it's saying. Or for the given exposure that it's trying to do. 100's better. 125 is not good. Let's open the aperture. Stop. We should be able to get another. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. Okay. We do have another camera, or another camera. Light. Why don't we do that? Instead of messing around here, let's get the real deal. Got a 100-watt light that doesn't feel like it's in here. Where is it then? What have I done with that light? That's annoying. It is not mounted anywhere. And that has light. I guess we could use the 60-watt. Still be plenty of power. Surely it's around here somewhere. What have I done with it? Get my light here. We'll look at this in just a moment. Let me swap back to a view. Actually, you guys saw that the whole time. Great. All right, where is my other light? I've cleaned so much in here. How can I lose things still? I don't think I have it in the other room. What's the point of cleaning if you're just going to lose things again? What on earth? There it is. Way back here. Well, it was worth looking because it's partially set up already. And I also have a light stand ready to go. So we'll just throw that together. Need to plug it in somewhere. And oh dear. Oh dear, okay. Oh, before long I'm going to end up buying flashes, camera flashes for this macro photography. I don't think it'll work with this high resolution mode though, so maybe that's a consideration. But I do have a lot of continuous light. And it can go pretty bright. Okay. I'll throw the reflector on it just to limit light spillage on the background. Why don't we use our little projector that we got a couple weekends ago? So we got the small rig Fresnel. Please tell me I put it back in here. I did not. Oh, this is the big one. Where is the small one? Need my flashlight again. Where did we put you? Oh, Fresnel. What the heck? Lost things again. I like the Fresnel. The Fresnel is cool. I hate having to use a flashlight in this room because I have sunglasses on. The laser's not on. What am I talking about? Yeah, the laser's off. I'll probably still have a flashlight though. Helps me focus. Okay, so we're looking for the Fresnel. What have I done with it? What have I done with it? Is it mounted to something? No. Have I put it in? No. Okay. Not me losing things every day. Good grief. I hate getting a nifty fixture and losing it. Now I'm like extra committed because I'm upset about it. Where would I put that? Maybe that's what's lost upstairs or something. I guess we'll just use the reflector, which is not a very focused one, but it'll do. It'll do. Our frame rate was looking really low there for a second, but we don't have any dropped frames. Huh. Weird. All right. We have a little reflector. Tiny little reflector to go on here. And unfortunately, this is not the most modular light. Good grief. Guess we do have to go another level down. Normally light stands, you're worried about them getting tall enough. This is much too tall for what we're doing. Okay, there's that. Let's let there be light. Ooh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, now I'll give you guys a view. So this was our last shot. Not too bad. I think we were shining light into the lens, maybe a little bit too much. And we can see what's going on here. Can we? What is going on here? What on earth? Oh, that's fascinating. What? What? Wow. Okay, more to come, more to come. I don't understand it fully. All right, can I? Yes, I can. I can very much increase my shutter speed now. We are at 100%. Okay, dang, I thought we had more. Okay, there's that. We look at height. Just trying to make sure we get the brightest splash of light we can. Can't get that much closer. Yes, I can. Yeah. Okay. I guess if you're stacking images, having low noise images is probably a good benefit. Okay, we've managed to get a touch closer. Let's work on refocusing this. Still at 1:1. So now we need to close this and zoom in. Okay, zoom out. Let me go into my assists here. We need to find our focus. Peaking. And change the color from the exact shade of blue that we have. Okay. So much movement in this whole setup. It's so frustrating at this scale. Our frame rate is atrocious. Okay, that got a little bit better. Okay. Aperture's open, and we're getting a lot in focus there, so I think that's a good sign that we're fairly in plane. So we'll lock this down there. Yeah, we're getting more in focus as we dial up our aperture. And let me see what shutter speed I can get away with here. Not very much. Didn't help all that much. It's crazy. Okay, run this. Okay, it's generating. Should load up here in a minute. Let me look at my computer temps. It's up there, but it's hanging steady. Just picking out food quickly here. It's getting to about dinner time where I'm at. Okay, good. That is on the way, and why hasn't our photo loaded? All right. I think this is the result. I'm not convinced. Oh, we can turn up the live view quality. That would have been nice. I'm just trying to find how we open up our photo menu. We seem to be getting a lot of aberrations. Okay, software, why can't you... Why? Why? So it only brings up the photo when you look at it? Oh well, I guess we could access the full photos like we had been. Though maybe not. Apparently it doesn't show up as a device. That would be storage. I guess we technically don't need... We could connect it over storage and then... Hi, Jelly. You're up late. Wow. That may not be much for you. 11 something. Kuroku's at 9 hours into the stream and he has 3 3/4 hours still to go. My goodness. Oh, it's even later for you, so you're an hour ahead of even KG. Goodness. Well, welcome in. Thanks for joining. W stream. You live in the future. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. We're trying to get some really close-up shots of what I'm doing with a laser to get everything in focus, and it's being temperamental. It has been very temperamental. So I'm trying to make do. Why wouldn't you show up as storage? God dang it. Just finishing your chips before you go to bed. You thought you'd keep me company meanwhile watching. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, fancy, yes. Uh-huh. We take photo very close. I'm trying to get this to work in a different way. Something happened. DCIM, Hannah. This is our latest one. Open it with photos, that's fine. Why? That's not our latest one. That's our latest one, surely. New. We don't have a single what the hell? What's going on here? Why would it order it like that? That's even more confusing than what I had. Dear God. So this is the photo that we're working with. Just the numbering is not even, so I can't tell for sure if this is the one I need. So that's pretty redundant. We're getting a lot of blooming here, so the result's not as sharp as I want. And now this is all becoming very scuffed and scattered. Let's take another photo. Oh, gosh dang it. Just trying to get this stuff to work. And now it's trying to get me to do this differently. We'll do that then. We'll do that then. Go away that thing. Load that back. Correct. PC tether. Then that should pop up. No, I do not want photos. Oh, it finally bypassed that for once. Okay. Very nice. All right. So let's reposition the light, maybe. That might be more even there. And we'll check our focus again, as we must. Can I punch this in? Kind of. Okay. What a wobbly mess. Oh, dear God. Okay. There's that. Don't touch anything, it's too wobbly. And then why don't we'll do F8. We'll do F8. And we'll run that. Okay. Photos processing, it should pop up here momentarily. There it is. Okay. Nice. All right, that's a little bit better. So here is our photo analysis. And my exposure's gone all over the place on the camera, but that's fine. So we've gone from 203 millimeters down to 219 and a half. And I'm curious what the story is here, because the lines are very filled out on 203 and 202.5, but at 202, the center has changed. I don't know if it's damaging deeper, like if the center is now extra pinpoint. 201.5 is more extreme. But at 201, we're back to a full-ish line. It's actually thinner. So 203 or 202 had a much thicker line. 201 is now narrower. That's an interesting difference. And 200 and something, 200 and a half, has developed the center again. It's a little bit wider. And then, okay, so that's good. Okay, we have just enough resolution to be able to tell the story. So it seems like about 200 and a half millimeters to 201 is the ballpark that we need to head for. What is this, Jelly? So this is a piece of metal. I've put Sharpie on it, and then I've used my laser to engrave it. And we're trying to find the precise focus on a new lens that I've put on. Because, excuse me, for some of these projects that I want to do, if I do all of my settings, if I base all of my settings on one focus distance, and then I change it later, all of those settings might be wrong. And I want to get the most precise lines that I can. So we've done really well here. We've learned some things, we've gotten some really good results. We've also increased a lot of things on the camera. To the point I'm very tempted to try a different lens. I don't think it's worth my time, but I want to try. Because we're kind of in this now. So I'm going to grab my Sigma lens. This is a Sigma 105 DGDN macro. Sigma is known for having ridiculously sharp optics. So what I'm hoping is there is excess resolution. And that gives us the opportunity to extend it even more. So I will, that is a body cap, okay. Actually, I kind of want that. I'm gonna swap lenses. Whoop. That was just hanging there. That was silly of me. I will admit I have no idea what's going on, but I'm so invested. I love nerdy stuff, and this is beyond nerdy. Thank you, Jelly. I just realized I'm off camera. I've been a bad host today. There we go. Okay, this is what I'm doing. So we're swapping lenses. Which is, good God, it's in a state at the moment. Okay, so take the camera off. Good. All right, we've got the new lens on. That's good. Cover the back of that. We'll leave that for now. We just need to extract the rail from the lens. Is this also what I work with or just a hobby? This is just a hobby. All this stuff in here is hobby stuff, but I have a lot of those. And we'll mount this to the camera cage, I guess, in this case. Seems pretty centered-ish, right? Yeah. Okay, that can go back on. Oops. Not like that, please. What did I drop? Oh, where did that come from? What in the heck? An E-clip just popped off from something. Little retaining clip. It's a bit nerve-wracking. The hell did it go to? Maybe something on this, I don't know. We're just gonna ignore it, I guess. Okay. So now we can reconnect this camera. What kind of chips do you have, Jelly? All right, let's turn the camera on and get our connections going. We'll do tether once again. Jay's poofs. Cheesy poofs. Very nice. Daddy, gotta head off to bed. It was great to catch the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Have a great rest. If you've got work coming up, may it be easy shifts that go by quickly. See you later, my guy. Your fingers are orange and you love it. That's jelly in a nutshell. All right, so now we have a live view from a different lens. This is also for high magnification, but it's a little more than twice the focal length. So it should be the same magnification, but it should do some things a little bit differently. I just need to figure out where its highest magnification is. So I will bring the focus way back. Okay, and I think we back the camera up. There we go. So this should give us some pretty good options, actually. It's also autofocus. So let me swap the camera to autofocus. There we go. Yeah, we're about the same magnification. Makes sense. 1-to-1 ratios and all that. Point this down a touch. Man, we really do have a very shallow depth of field here. Oh, too much. Let me limit the focus. It is already. Yeah, crap. Okay. Move my focus point up and over. Alrighty. We're actually transmitting a ton more light right at the moment. Let's see if that holds. Oh crap, I adjusted the wrong thing. Damn it. So we're at, what were we at? F4.5. Yeah, we're actually transmitting so much more light with this lens. Why is that? Go to manual mode. Yeah, it's overexposing for the same settings. Actually, like wildly different settings. See, the light transmittance on the other lens might be crap compared to this one. So that's exciting, potentially. Okay, so we need to adjust our aperture. Whoops. I'm on manual. What the hell are you not adjusting for? Oh, because I have a manual dial. That's why. All right, we're gonna go way there. This is F11, 250 whatevers. Run this. Okay, generating the image. Coming back over. And let's give you guys this preview. All right, is this sharper? Hard to say. It's a good result. Not as magnified, we're not using the extension. We're running out of resolution on the sensor. So I think there's more optical resolution to be had. So let's, looks like a piece of fabric that you sew on. Yeah. Your brain won't accept it's metal and a laser. Yeah, had you been able to see all this earlier, this is the sheet of metal that we cut it from. Oops. Put you to this camera. Oh, it does not like that. We have such bright light in the background now, it's messing with everything. I'll just move in the way. Hello? Eh? Is it gonna do things that I need? No, it's not. That's the piece of metal, but we can't see any detail because we're blowing the shit out of the background. Okay, we need to switch lenses. Not lenses. We're gonna switch to an extension tube. And where did that cap go? Is that the same cap, I guess? Okay, we'll do like for like so we can properly compare. I'll want this to be as quick as possible. The camera is off. Pulling the lens. Okay, lens is on. Booting the camera. This does have the electrical contacts that we were concerned about. Let's see if they work. Let's put this back into auto. It's in auto. Camera's in auto. Maybe the camera's thinking about things. It is not working. So we're actually not getting communication through this extension tube, which is a big time bummer. I think it's all properly set and everything. So yeah, it's not communicating through the camera. I cannot get even manual focus to work. And I don't think I've accidentally locked focus down in any way. Oh, that's annoying. I was kind of hoping for that. So that's a Viltrox L to L, or a DG to L. That is not working. Let's try the second one, to be thorough. That actually might have been my problem. I may not have installed that properly. It's very stiff, so I was trying to get this to connect. I had to crank very hard. Okay, that was it. It does work. Thank God. All right, so we're now at the 24mm setting. We've got ample room. We could dial this up more. But yeah, autofocus is working. Let's take a shot. Generating the image. Let's come back over here. All I see is your backfire. You're not talking to me. Sorry. Oh, we didn't actually connect to the camera. Nice. Appreciate that. Good job, me. Okay. Try this again. Hello, camera. Frustration. Tether, please. What the heck? Okay. This is not connecting. I'm gonna kick Microsoft's ass. Yes? Okay, I'll be out in about 5-10. I'll eat out there. I'll let her know you said hi. My wife also likes Cheeto Puffs. Cheese Puffs, technically. Okay, we're gonna just start unplugging and replugging things because this is being really annoying. She is very sweet. Okay, reconnecting. If this had all worked every time I tried, first time, I probably would have saved an hour by this point. Okay, we have another live preview. We're just gonna take a photo. Why does that? It's way out of focus on that side. My goodness. I really just need a microscope. This is ridiculous. Okay, I think that's working. Should get a preview for you guys. Okay. So this is the 24 millimeter extension tube on the Sigma 105. Still resolution limited. I don't think we're hitting optical limits yet. Very impressive. I don't think we're gonna gain much. We burped at the same time. I'm sorry that you have to hear that. Why are we so gassy? I don't know. I haven't eaten for quite a while. Unfortunately, having a little lavalier mic right on your upper chest or throat. You're sorry he didn't hear you. Yeah, it's okay. You can hang on to that one. You're always going, bah, bah, bah. What? That's a slightly improved result. We are almost seeing the things. Well, shit. I mean, that's a phenomenal image. I can't knock it. That's a phenomenal image. I know I could get slightly closer if I add in the 12 mil extension, but I think for now it's time to get that absolutely blasting light out of the background because I'm tired of that shit. So this is the result. What we're seeing with this 70 mil theta lens is it seems like at 203, 202 and a half, and 202, we have a pretty solid beam. After that, up until about 201 or 200 and a half, the beam starts doing some interesting things. We go from like a full width to then the center is doing something, to then the beam is narrower again. Then it almost goes back again. So it's almost like we're past focus and then back the other way. I'm not really sure the exact cause here. This could be a tuning thing as well. Maybe there's too much or too little power and I'm looking at the wrong things. But I do know we can move everything closer. Why don't we do that? Let's look at 201 millimeters. And this is, I don't know, to give you guys context, Jelly especially, what we were looking at, what we've been looking at, let me get a flashlight. Let me get a camera angle for you. Is this piece of metal with Sharpie on it. And the letters, the numbers we've been looking at are smaller than, if it'll focus, smaller than my thumbnail. I can't quite articulate my hand like that. But that whole patch that we've been looking at is smaller than my thumbnail. It's crazy. So we're gonna do, what was it, 201? Seemed to be a balance of everything. So I'll clip this down. Get that all situated. And that's what we're gonna come back to. I'm gonna go eat dinner. This last test should have us dialed in. We're basically just gonna see what's most effective here. Oh my gosh, it looks so different with the naked eye. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna shut down the camera. But boy needs to eat. Take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up this test. This should get us pretty close. And then we'll be able to move on. And we're gonna cut some cards, some little miniature cards, probably pull it from the design that we did earlier last week. And we'll move on with that part of the planned work for today, the planned stream. So the testing has slowed down because we're dealing with the camera stuff. We don't quite have a proper microscope, so we're adapting a photo camera best we can. But yep, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll just leave this scene up, but I will update. That will make that much smaller. And I'll leave there in a moment. Fi, I'll go to bed. Before you leave, say goodnight to me and say hi to wifey for me. I will say hello to her and good night. Miss Jelly, good night. Alrighty, I will see everybody in a little while here. Of course I come back to an ad in progress. Oh well. I guess I'll get set up. Get the laser warmed up. Let's see, we are 4 hours into stream, so mic should still be good, still picking us up fine. While we're waiting for a couple minutes here, 45 seconds, let me check through my lurks. Amazing, that's going so good. Okay, good. Still going, holy shit. Great. Okay, drop that one. That friendo's still going. Damn. Impressive. Just not loading. We'll reload that one. They're on dinner break too. Good. Gotta take dinner. Okay. We'll leave this one up. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I just had a fantastic burger with fries. Be jealous. Was delicious. Was absolutely fucking delicious. Scarfed that thing down. And now we're back. So we have a friendo also going live soon, so I gotta keep an eye out for that. But we got laser stuff to do. So we need to dial in the interval on this. And we're gonna do that at about 200.5 to 201 millimeters. So let's dial this tray. We'll do 200.5. Very nice. And let me give you perspective 2. That is the laser. And I'll just label this. You know, I have not been accounting for the thickness of the aluminum. I think it's 0.1 millimeters. Need to know. I think I've been measuring off the edge, which is an oversight. So I've been a tiny bit higher than I need to be. So let me measure a 1/4 millimeter is how thick this aluminum is. So, okay, we're really not that far off then. That would be really hard for me to adjust anyway. So we're just a 1/4 millimeter higher. We just set it to 201.5. So I'm just updating our little chart there. I'm gonna put the text height back to 2 millimeters. And we will center this again. There we go. And I'll just get this a new spot down there. Let's run this. And we'll get a good look at this. So what we got? I can just by eye, well, with the loop, barely see the gaps. Like barely, barely. So that's pretty close. Find my laser dot here. Somewhere about there. Okay, we're gonna dial this down now. We'll do 0.03. I just fucked up. All right, we're gonna do 0.05 again. Now we'll do 0.03. All right, now I have a comparison. I still think there's a gap. Yep. So let's try 0.25. And then 0.2. It's crazy what we got going right now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Looking at these at a distance, 0.2 is much brighter. This is insane. I still think I can see layers, lines. We're gonna do 0.015. 0.01. Takes a lot longer to run. I mean, we've gone from 0.4 to 1, so we should have 4 times the density, and my goodness. That is looking extremely crisp. So, if I can recall these settings, let me see if I can get a highlighter next to this. Some sort of way. It's not really depositing very well, but at least it'll highlight. It'll show me where the beam's at. And we're gonna do this in reverse order. Oh my goodness, that works so well. So I will change my number here, my text, and we'll put this to the interval that we have. So we are looking at 0.01. Interval. Holy fuck. That is insane. And we want this smaller. I'll just make this smaller. We'll do 1 millimeter tall. Let me center this. I'll actually make this bottom left corner. That might be the best way to do it. Right about there. Okay, let's see how this looks. See if I can give you guys a view over here. And run that. Ah, it's the faintest thing for you guys. Dang. Okay, so 0.01, which will become 0.015. So I'll slide this up. We'll run this. And 0.015 became 0.2. I think our highlighter is like evaporated or something. It's weird. Okay. And that was 2, so this will now, oh yeah, this is 2. Then 2.5. Point 3. And 3.5. I'll have to check the VOD for the exact order, but I think we've done it. Okay. So, I'll smudge that away. Damn highlighter. So looking at this, I think we need to get a couple photos. So we're going to set up our camera once again. We're going to get some crazy exposure here. And maybe I swap cams. I'll also get you guys live view if I can here. And you know what? Why don't we do this proper before we get this fully set up? We'll add in our last extension. Oh, that's the wrong way. Fuck. Okay, that is 36 millimeters of extension tubes. Now we'll turn the camera on. Reconnect its tether. Hey. It's pretty close to focusing. Let's see what it needs manually here. Yeah, a little bit back. Tighten that up. Focus. So we need down here. And this is absolutely overexposed. For some reason, this lettering at this angle is not showing up terribly well. I don't know why. I think I'll try to point. Oh, that shows up so much better. Weird. So it's the direct light, I think. Actually, this reflected light from underneath is looking really good. So maybe I work with that. Yeah, the numbers disappear at that setting. Check exposure. Give this a shot. Okay, generating. And I never connected. Oh, I don't know if it's Windows. I don't know if it's Lumix Tether. This is frustrating. Shouldn't have to replug a USB port to get this to work every single time. Should not be happening. Tether, yes, please. There, it's starting up. Starting up. Where's my mouse? Okay. Go away. Start. There's our live view. Take our photo again. Okay. We should get our preview shortly. Let me give you guys a view. And there we go. Okay. So this is all at this focusing distance, which is technically a 1/4 millimeter off, 1/4 millimeter closer. So this would be 1.175. Closer to 1.2, or 202. I think we're now starting to hit the optical limit, potentially. Now we have 36 millimeters of extension on here. But let's look at this. So we have our 0.35 line interval, but this one is specifically our 0.1 interval, and it looks so crispy clean compared to this one. We can see our 0.3 interval is less dense. Sorry, is more dense. And then right at the bottom of the frame, this is our 0.25. So that is 2.5 tenths. No, 25 thousandths of a millimeter line interval. And we still see gaps. So now we need to get a photo of this with it a little bit higher. So there's our bottom set. Grabbing focus, taking the shot. I wonder if the focus plane is good enough. Really, this should probably be macro stacked or focus stacked. But I was looking, and the software I purchased appears to no longer support that. So that's frustrating. Wow! Wow, this is incredible. So we still see lines at 0.015 intervals. We still see gaps on our laser beam. Now at at 1/100th of a millimeter, 1/100th of a millimeter, I feel like I see gaps. Look at the one here. It's very, very close. And let me see what the theoretical dot size is. Dot size for Omni 1 is something ridiculous. 40 to 53 micrometers. That's not a measurement I'm typically familiar with. Give it me in millimeters, please. So they're claiming 40 micrometers or 53 with the next size up in lens. So I need to find my scales. Micrometers in millimeters, thank you. So micrometers are thousandths of a millimeter. So 40 thousandths of a millimeter is yeah. 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 I don't see how we're not that far away. If our distance between, I guess you could figure that. If you assume that 0.1 is connecting and 0.2 is not, there's just not enough resolution for me to tell for sure. So you'd need a 0.4 gap to be able to see. And I don't have that in this photo, but my goodness. Yeah, I think we're pretty close to the max, the tiniest maximum here. So yeah, 201 to 202 millimeters is freaking sharp. Now we can do things. Now we can do things with this laser. So, yeah, we did good. We learned things, figured things out. Let me turn this freaking torch off back here. So bright, so bright. And I'll just pack up the lens there a little bit. And now we move on to the next project, and this is going to be something for a video that I filmed yesterday. So we're going to hop back into Lightburn. And I don't really care. I don't need to do that. We're going to open up our recent project, the idea card, which is huge compared to this last round. So this, yeah, no, yeah, that's right, because 70 millimeters by 90. And now we have a 70 by 70 working area, which is represented by a 60 by 60 square. I don't particularly mind if it goes out of bounds, but if I'm working very close to the edge, that might be a concern. So device settings. I hate that the device settings, like when you're setting up the 9-point Galvo correction file, it like forces you to put in your numbers then, and then it seems like I can't change that later. It's okay. We'll just run it out of bounds and figure it up as we need. So I'll make a miniature version of this then. Why don't we call it 40 millimeters across? Let's lock our measurements here, and we'll make the width of it 40, which would make our height 51 apparently. Why don't we make the height 60? Which makes our width 46. Yeah, as big, just about as big as we can get right there. I like our little guy. Why is this scaled so differently? That's annoying. So our cutout line. Okay, so the scaling does not apply to some of these lines. So I'm going to delete those two and this one. And then we'll have to make all that. I don't think I can outline like that, can I? If I tell it inward to the inside, it only picks one outside, and half a millimeter works fine there. Oop, don't want to move that. We'll have those both selected. Do the same operation again. We want that inward, and that will work. That looks pretty good. I think we could give that a shot. Settings. We have a much finer beam now, so we're going to be cutting things well before we'd ever expect to. I guess what we could do is save this as a separate file. And I'll call this idea card mini for 70 millimeter lens. Pardon me. I'll save that. Let me double check that's in my recent projects. It is. We're going to make a new file, and we're actually going to make our little focus chart deal. So, yeah, pretty simple. We'll just drop in our text, which is going to be 70 millimeter lens. I'll zoom in for you guys. Lens. And I think all we've really found is 201 millimeters. (201 to 202). Well, actually, I think it's worth giving that range. And that's a nice little setup there. Let's make a box around this. I wonder what size the text was on the last one. Maybe 5 millimeters tall? I'd like it to be a similar size. I could also make this all one piece. 2.5. Wow, I was way off. So 2.5 millimeter high text. Which changes everything. Make this box fit that a little bit better. I'm going to center the text. The box I'll center as well. It's not centered. It's like, that looks weird. That's because it's not centered. Why don't we make this kind of a cool border? Right around there. I'll apply an outline. We'll just need to reselect that. Let's do an outline outward. We'll just say, you could bevel the corner, that's fine. There's that, and then we'll duplicate that one. Make it larger. It didn't go the way I expected. Okay. Now this would be like our cutout line. So I forget our settings from the last one. I had a frequency of 40, a speed of 50, and a pulse of 300, I think it was, with one pass. And that was for our text. So if we make this fill and just keep that layer, move everything else to a new layer, make that a line layer, we'll copy our settings, paste our settings, actually particularly on, oops, these two layers, I actually want those to go back to the fill layer. Oops, where the, oh, it's 11 for some reason, okay. And then this layer we want to be a line. Let me grab a preview. Actually, we could bevel this outside. I don't know if we're gonna cut anything today, but maybe we try with this. Maybe we try. Corner radius. Holy, let's try 0.5. That could work. That could work. Let me check my preview. That all looks good. I will set my fill layer to be .01. 1/100th of a millimeter. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna set our line to be insane, in the sense of trying to actually cut, and then we'll adjust the passes for that specifically. Debating on, I think a sacrificial layer is warranted, so we're gonna double this up. I don't want to cut through and damage the stainless. Like, if you don't have to, why do it? Be nice to have like an extra thick piece of aluminum to place under it as a true sacrificial layer. But I don't think I have one that I could also clamp down properly. Don't think so. So maybe we use this little chunk here. We'll use the back side of it. Although that probably won't work. I used glue stick last time, I think I did. But let's see. Let's see how we can make this work. We're gonna come back to this view. We'll go this camera. Second position. Very nice. All right, now we're gonna try to line this all up. Maybe in this very bottom corner. So if that's 1/2 millimeter thick, let me center that. Then if we need 10, what does it say? 201, and it's closer by that amount, then we want 200.5 millimeters. Let's frame, see, I think we're gonna be off. I'm probably gonna need a larger cut off. We can't really tell. Oh, no, I think we're fine. It's just tiny as all. Okay, let's run it. I'm gonna boost the fan because there will be particles here. And sit back a little bit. I don't really want to breathe aluminum particles. And this is our, not our longest, but one of our longer runs thus far. Okay, we're getting to the top now. Finishing up our 70 millimeter lens. Then we'll finish our final part. I'll lower my mic just a little bit. Okay, we're gonna hit the cut soon, which I'm really excited about. It was kind of the thought, oh, that actually scared me. That was kind of loud. Okay, I guess we're gonna run that second layer a bunch. Where's my mouse at? Holy shit. Okay. So I'll toggle the output for that one. We're gonna add a bunch of passes. This will be 6 passes, total of 7. Okay, and let's run this. My God, it's like actually loud. Run a few more passes. So that's 13 passes. I'm going to take this off, which means we will not be able to align this anymore. That is such a thin cut. That is incredible. And the effect that this has. It's like those like plastic things you get that have ribs on them, and you can look at an image and the image moves as you like swing it across. They have the little prisms. This is, can I show this to you guys? Yeah, the half is not full. Well, do I move closer? There it is. I can't quite, I don't know where I need the source to be for you to be able to see this effect. There you go. If it would focus on it though. That is crazy. So I think I'm just gonna try to cut along this line that I've like deep etched here. Oh, that is much easier to cut. That might be more than halfway. Hard telling for sure, but that honestly felt easy. So I'll just trim that piece off, and then we'll cut long ways along here. It's like it just falls right into the groove. That's the other thing about a marking laser that's so fascinating to me, is you don't have to cut a material. You can just draw out lines on a stencil and then you cut it out. But you just have perfect layout, perfect repeatable layout. This is gonna be the tiniest little badge. Okay, can I get the corners? I think is the real question now. Not in one go, but I can kind of nub it off twice. Sounds weird. It might even break off. Not quite. It's not dangling. But when I go to cut it, it seems to pretty easily go along. So that is, there is my creation. My little sign. Oh my goodness. Well, let me get a little bit of the sticky stuff. I know I threw it in here. It is. Well, we found a halfway decent setting for aluminum, I'd say. So I better just mark that down. All right, I got my little sticky goo. Ah, shit. I dropped it. I'm gonna turn the laser off. And the fan. Yeah, long term we'll have to see how this stuff goes. If I'm doing like really deep engraves on stuff. Maybe some better PPE or ventilation or something. This is so fun, being able to make signs out of just metal. That is so incredibly cool. I might be able to get you guys a macro view on my phone. I just now realized. I randomly took a photo there. Let me pop open Droid Cam. And it is way down here, which it should be up top. It's claiming USB only, probably because we don't have it set up properly. Refreshing device list. Activate. Okay. Why is this telling me? Oh, I've somehow turned my Wi-Fi off? The heck? There we go. We'll refresh device list once more. We'll hit activate. Oh, we have to manually type this? Okay. There it is. All right. So here's the result. Yeah, you guys can see that really well. If it focuses. That is just lovely. That's what we did before. This is what we did today. Much sharper lens, much higher density lines on that text fill. And now we have a semi-permanent little reference whenever we're setting up new lenses. Oh, this is amazing. This is so freaking cool. All right, let's close Droid Cam so we don't randomly get it popping up. Very, very cool. Okay, we need to move on to some paper craft stuff now. Let me refresh my list. You know, I haven't actually done that. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, well, it's just me now. So we're gonna do whatever the heck we want. All right, so we could use this as a backer. I'm gonna actually grab another aluminum sheet that I have just outside of the room. I have several, and these are from the old laser. Wow. Yeah, that was never gonna cut it. I'm trying to find a cleanish one. I don't want to contaminate everything. We'll use this one. Stick these sheets by the sheet metal, and let's get something to clean this off. I need to find some polished metal or something that doesn't have this brushed effect. I think I've seen it before, but yeah, I'm starting to hit a little more, I say a little more, a shit ton more magnification like I want to get. And this is going to get really difficult. Alrighty. Honestly, that's really close to just working. So why don't we trim this down? So I save paper scraps of really even some pretty small sizes. And you can bet I'm gonna save aluminum scraps for that same reason. My goodness. Checking through my lurkies. Okay. And we have another one. Great. And then one restarted. What happened there? still be over there. Okay. All right, very good. Chat. Users in chat. Okay, cool. So that is just about perfect. We'll trim the top now. I don't need these glasses right now. Yeah. Don't run your scissors to the end, kids. You get these little nicks that are ugly and don't lay flat. Okay, I'm just making a little sheet to back up whatever paper that I place on this. I've got a little bit of scrap here, imagine that. We can use my paper scissors on this. We know our distances. Now we just need to set up our intensity, if you will. I could start with kind of what I've memorized for the other lens, but we're dealing with a spot size that might be half the size, twice the density, something like that. So it really could be pretty incredible. All right, lay all that down, turn the laser on, turn our vent back on. Ooh, turn that down a bit, we don't need, it's just paper. Let me get my focus off the side with everything here. It's nice having this table that I can move. So we want 201.5. Correct? Correct. All right. Speed versus interval. Speed versus frequency. So we're gonna hop into our tools here in Lightburn, and we have material test. So we'll select speed versus frequency. We need to grab our material settings, and we're going to set this to 300. Frequency is variable. Pulse width we want to set to 500. Keep that kind of in a middle ground there. Line interval, let's say 0.02. Quite dense, but not the most. Okay, so frequency will be variable. Let's edit text settings. Let's do 50, let's do 300, 40 kilohertz, and 300 nanoseconds. Okay. Heights, let's turn it down by a millimeter. Okay. We'll preview this. Crossing the edge of the machine workspace and will not be sent. Oh, I really do need to change that then. We'll change our settings down again by another millimeter each. Preview, okay. We should be inside of it now. That's funny. All right, let's check our bounds. Pretty close there. I think we just go for that. And let me give you guys the view. All right, run it. Fan. Oh, this is incredible. I'm gonna move the mic closer. That's really cool. It's only affecting the first 4 rows. So we're out of sync somewhere. And it's wasting. Oh, that's because it's going up to 100 kilohertz. We're going to stop that test. I should have paid more attention. It only can go up to 40. The max speed of 1,000 is okay. So this lined up pretty well. So we'll just flip the paper over. And I'm really hoping we have clean on the back side. It's relatively clean. This is a lot to clamp down. Let me get another big binder clip. Let's do a white one. I think I've got some purple ones too. That's fairly flat. Okay, we're gonna run this again. Starting. Chi-chi, what's going on? Pew pew lasers, yes ma'am. We're doing a material test at the moment. Listen to this shit. Shit's crazy. What in the technology? We have ads starting soon. Maybe even right now. Had I noticed, I would have paused that. Thank you, Gigi. I try to keep my brain occupied. So we're doing a material test right now, if you can still hear me. I don't know why ads haven't started, but okay, now they started. All right. I guess I'm still on camera. Someone might have seen me picking my nose. Oops. So we got a result. Interval of 0.02, one pass, Q pulse of 500 nanoseconds. We had our speed and our frequency as variables. And it's just incredible. It seems like $1,000. No, this is all too deep, really. Looking at this is all too deep. So I think we actually need to scale this. So, welcome back, Chi-Chi. We just made a material test chart. I can't quite see it. And there's holes in it. Because too deep. Oh, fantastic. Well, welcome back. That was hopefully excellent for you. So 1,000 is still too fast. We need to start at 800. Or is it our... God damn, so many variables. Because this is a delicate material. Really, we don't care about a frequency. Maybe fixed frequency, variable Q pulse. And we'll do this up to 1,000. Count of 10's fine. We'll do a minimum speed of 300, max of 3,000. And let's set this all at like 20 kilohertz. So that's material, text, we want this to be fill. And it was a little dim. So Q pulse will add to that and we'll bring the frequency down to 30K. And let's get another sheet prepped. Laser is too strong. It's actually the sacrificial metal below it has fucked up. But we made a cute, I don't know, cute. I think it's cute. It's my baby. Made a little label earlier. I'll try to show you this. It won't look like much at this angle. That's what she said. Actually, that's pitiful. Why did I say that? So we've already made this one, which is very rudimentary. This is a little reminder of where to focus the different size lenses for this laser. But I made this new one today with the tiny one with the higher resolution, or I guess smaller lens. So very exciting, very, very exciting. Let's focus is good. We need to get this framed. Glad I did that. What the fuck is going on? What in the shit? We're not getting a quality preview here. You have no shapes within the work area of the machine set to output. What in the shit? What in the shit? Got so many coolness, what the fuck? Thank you, thank you. If I make that smaller, there are no shapes within the work area of your machine set to output. Have I toggled layers off? What? We can change that to 0.02. That's for sure. Border settings, frequency. Not sure why the laser freaketh out at the moment. So we've probably messed with something then. Q pulse 100. Let's count this down smaller. Frame. Just start it. Yeah, no shapes within the work area of your machine set to output. Why? I'm gonna just close that. We'll go back to material tests. We're doing speed versus Q pulse. Does that really matter to me? I feel like frequency versus Q pulse. Yeah. We'll set a constant speed of 500 with a high interval. Everything else will vary. And minimum 50, maximum 1,000. So over 9,000. Okay. And then I guess I can give you a view of this. And our frequency, let's do a minimum of 5. Oh, can we do 1,000? No, 1 kilohertz, not 1,000 kilohertz. Up to 40. And size this down. Preview. Okay. Frame it. I think we might be good. It's just this one. Maybe move it down a touch. Oh, I lost my sticker. Okay. Let's do it. And position 2. There we go. Run it. Ah, right. I forgot about that. Yeah. You guys got to listen to this too. Bring back the crotch transition. This next one, I'll turn the fan off. Turn the fan on. Get smoked out. I'm better now, Chi-Chi. I don't do mistakes like that anymore. That's the old me. The new me? No way. So far this is interesting because with a constant speed, but only varying interval. Sorry, interval's the wrong word. Q pulse and frequency, we have managed to find that Q pulse is irrelevant. It's more like, how much noise do you want to hear? Rebrand to Phi Crotch. That's my other channel, but we don't talk about it on here. Oh, it glows. That's cool as fuck. I need a shot of that one day. If I had paid attention, I could have gotten my phone ready. The last little... Alright, let's... What the fuck? This thing's obliterated. So, Q-pulse have no effect. It's our frequency and speed, really, on this paper. Fascinating. That looks slightly bowed. It does. It is one way, two ways. I guess I won't trust it for super accurate stuff. But it looks nice. Even the text feels too... Because all we're doing now is we've increased the intensity by packing in so much more. You can hear a lot. That's for the OF, yes. You got all this cool tech and then the binder clips, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that test was revealing in an unuseful way. So really we care about like 20 kilohertz and up. I mean, why wouldn't we just do 40 kilohertz? So what do we really give a fuck about here? Kilohertz versus speed. No. Oh, yeah, just do 1 or 2, 3, maybe 4. And then we'll do speed. And, yeah. We'll do, well, you know, that's way too much. Start at 500. End at 5,000. Frame it. Ooh. We might get to do this. I need some paper. You planning on streaming this evening, Chi-Chi? At a reasonable time to which I can tab you up? Not one of those midnight to 2 a.m. go lives that you do? Not that I'm calling you out or anything. Ladies gotta live. So I hear. Oh, you lasering regular paper? No. So this is from Astro Bright. It's just a paper company. You can get it at Target. And it's their Astro Black cardstock. So it's a little bit thicker than regular paper. Probably go live soon. Cool. I'll keep an eye out for you. I've just found that when you basically remove the ink with laser heat, it leaves a really nice gray, like silver grain pattern that makes me think of black and white film photography. So it's really cool, and it's decent contrast. It's like 15 cents a sheet, so it's super cheap. Like the blackest blackity black. No, I have some darker black paper that has a white core to it. So you could, I've never used it, but theoretically you could just remove that and get way more contrast because it's two types of paper kind of laminated together. Let's frame this. Oh yeah, we're good. And run it. So this is 4 frequencies versus 10 speeds, going from 500 millimeters a second to 5,000. We're trying to identify the perfect setting for this way more intense laser. This sounds so fun. And I feel like we're just way done. All right, what have we achieved here? A mess, that's for sure. We aren't really getting what we want at... Wow. Not until 500 millimeters a second does it even matter. So 1,000 max with a minimum of 100. And let's drop this to 3 different versions. And we'll try that instead. We could do a little piece of paper. I'm excited to try that paper though. It's kind of on the backlog in my long list of I mean to do this. But once we've established this setting, probably on this next run, we're gonna make some little bitty note cards. And I might draw on them, but I need to lay out different options to be able to kind of like visually sort between them, kind of as an explainer for a video that I filmed yesterday. So I'm just hanging out, streaming and making videos. I'm sure we're good, we'll just run it. Ooh, this one we should get the mic close again. Although we won't be at as high of a speed. Of course, the phone rings. Open that one. Freaking mic. Turn up the draft. You'd think it wouldn't make a lot of difference having just that little bit of air moving across, but this room will be unbearable after like one of these tests. If I didn't, it's amazing how much smoke goes out. I need to make myself a quick reminder. So I don't forget. Set that for the Monday. Okay. What's Chi-Chi saying? I feel equally more and less smart watching this. Just look at the stream. Did you go live already? No. Not yet. Okay. So let's see the results of this. Punch through again at the bottom. Interesting how the text setting seems to be the most balanced. So we may need to adjust Q pulse down to 300, but we saw that didn't affect anything. So this should not change anything. As I waggle my finger. I thought that test was going to be it, but you know how it goes. All right, running this one. Same test, but now at 300 Q pulse instead of 5. Need some goddamn water. Hydrate. Okay. Almost done. Last row. Interesting. Let's see if it meant anything. Identical. Literally identical. Alright. Well, fuck. So what now then? 100's way too slow. 200's too slow. We'll do 300 slowest. 1,000 fastest. Frequency, maybe we need more variety between 30 and 40,000, but with like 8, 7, 6 rows. Gotta have even numbers-ish. That might be a better test. Okay. Running this. Give you the swing over. Zip, zip goes the laser. You were starting to pull apart the information a little bit. We had a really big jump between 30 and 40K. So, and that was a 10K difference. So I'm breaking that down into 2K intervals. And I think we're actually finally dialing this in. It's not just obliterating through the paper anymore. It's crazy how many variables there are and how precise things get. Woo! Goes crazy right at the end. All right, we have a fucking great result. All right, that's the shit I wanted. Our focus is not very consistent, or like our intensity is not very consistent all the way to the outer edge of this lens. I don't know if that's the lens's fault or what. It's noticeably darker in the edge. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. This is the 70mm lens. And this will be like our master reference chart from now on. So we just made this a little material test. This is speed versus frequency. We found on a prior test that our jump, god damn it, our jump from 30 kilohertz to 40 kilohertz was the biggest difference, but there was no difference from 20 to 30. So we looked at the difference between 30 to 40 on this next one and varied our speed to a higher minimum. And this gave us a range of high speed and high frequency somewhere up in here where we're getting really good results. So let's say we want to do something really fast. That's a fill. Maybe this 1000 will work, but maybe for our raster images, we might have to go slower. So we can kind of move diagonally until we find a speed that works, but we know that it seems like our frequency going up actually helps us. So very, very interesting. Very cool. That's gonna be great. I'm actually gonna take a photo of this just in case I were to lose it somehow. Because that is one hell of a test chart. I hope it comes up on camera like it does in person. That'd be funny. Okay, great. Now we've got some references we can use for our cards that we just designed. So let's get this all held down. It's pretty flat. And we're done with that. We can load up over here. Go to our recent projects. We have our mini card. And I am happy to discard. There we go. Let me preview, make sure everything looks good. It's adorable. Holy shit. And this is gonna need framing for freaking sure. Oh, that's actually not so bad. Oh, we've got this. We've got this. All right, maiden voyage on an actual freaking project. Let's heckin' go. And run. I didn't change any settings. I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah. Close that shit. Sorry, that was a weird laugh. Okay, fill needs to be shit. We're gonna do a speed of, which one looks best? Like 900 at, well, let's do 600 at 40 kilohertz. And the Q pulse didn't affect anything with this material, but our line interval is going to be 0.02. Sorry, 0.02. I should be very specific with that because that's a fucking enormous difference. And then our cutting is going to be, Q pulse really doesn't seem to matter for this, so that's fine. Speed is exceptionally high, or low, so we'll do that. And we just have the one cut, correct? No. We have two, yeah, we have the inner and the outer. Okay. Yep, that should all be in the right order. And this, it was claiming it's out of bounds. It's just because it's straight up to the boundary. So, maiden voyage now. It's so quiet at this frequency. Oh, it's beautiful already. Hopefully I'm not going to get sunburned from being this close. That's gorgeous. I gotta freaking take a video, goddammit. That was cool as fuck. Did it cut? It did not. Okay, I think that's all the way through now. Yep. Oh, it like adhered itself. Look at this little fucker. Look at that cute little shit. Oh, it's adorable. I love him so much. Now that's a note card, I tell you. That is a note card. Alright, time to make like 80 of these. On this tiny ass setup. I regret life. Chi-Chi, you want one? I'm working on a project for one friend. I'm not opposed to projects for friends in the States. I just don't want to ship shit very far. So the States are where it's at. All right, so this card, yeah, we absolutely cut through all that. Cut into the metal too, Jesus. So we want to do 3 passes total. We did 4 last time, so. Gotcha. You'll travel for a bit of paper. Now, if you have a project like popping through, or eventually when I get my Discord up, you'll see some different projects. Let me know if there's something that you're interested in. Okay. So give Vader a good pat from me. Alright, we need that secured over here too. I could hold it. I could actually hold it. Framing this. would mean we've got... Why is it just framing that? Why is it just framing that? Jesus Christ, come on. Should I make it just the tiniest bit smaller? I don't want to. Freaking boundary's the wrong size. Gotcha, bitch. Got to moderate this guy. He was very happy with his 5 pass. That's great. All right. So that was weird why it was doing that. I really, 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 really want to change the boundary size. I've looked through here like 8 times. Hey, Chus. Welcome back, my guy. How we doing? So, frame speed I'm going to turn down to 2,000. It doesn't need to go that fast. Tired. Yeah, man. I bet. Crap. Wish I could just copy that over. Dang. I don't think I can. Built a shed in a day. Holy shit, dude. Shed for you or shed for somebody else? It's only a good shed if it's for you. Just kidding. Oh, that's... Yeah. I turned off a layer. That's why it's fucking up. It's me. I'm fucking up. Hey, I like that. Okay. So bring that up. Bring that over. Across. And I think we could run this. Ah, for your grandpa. Okay, worth it. All right. Let me give you guys the angle. And I'm gonna just hold this flat-ish because this will be done quick. Quick-ish, I guess. Could be quicker. It might be worth my time to set that faster. Literally a whole new world of lasering for me. I mean, easily 100 times faster than the last laser I have, or I still have, but used. Really trying not to sneeze right now. Not while I'm holding this damn thing. Moment of the truth will be when this cuts out. It should, yeah, it'll clear everything. I think it's 3 passes. 3, 2, 1. It's one pass. Two and three. Yeah, that's pretty close. I would take that. It doesn't have to be like completely cut through. I can do a little cleanup work. All right, there's number two. Two of many to come, because I need 16 of these. Okay, so then the thought is we would fuck. Don't take that literally. Move this approximately there. I wish I had that as a thing. That's a sentence and a half. Something weighted that could hold all the way around that would be nice. Would be very nice. Thank you for the lurk, Shala. Appreciate you. Okay, so that, trying to find a better way to deal with this other than the way I have been. Maybe the ruler can service as a holder. That's almost, no. Taking things literally is my favorite pastime. No! Get out of this chat. No! I say too much shit. Alright. We'll stick that there. And I'll just arrange it like so. Ah, fuck. Okay. Call that good. We're gonna step up the speed now. So we know we could get 1,000 at 38 kilohertz. Can we extrapolate this? Can we do, so that's 2,000 kilohertz less for a 400 millimeter a second increase. So then if we do 34K, we should be able to get a 1,200 increase. So if we do 2,200, no, a 1,200 increase. So is that 1,800 versus 34? Very rough, inaccurate maths. All right, let's try this, see if it goes faster. The last one took, I don't know how long, however long it took. But let's run this. Too fast, I'd say. For the fine details. That's interesting. We'll have to design a test to check for the really tiny details. Because it's just moving too fast for the laser to either turn on or just be in a spot long enough to do anything. So it'll still cut out, but it won't be the same quality. So we've established a limit. We could run it again on top of this one, which we'll actually do. I'm actually going to stop it. Why let it cut out then? So we'll go for the same speed, but now we're going to drop to 20 kilohertz. We're going to go way down to its power band and run this again. Still too fast, so it's the speed that's the problem for the level of detail we're trying to get. So we had 600. Let's try double at 12 instead of 1,800. We'll keep this around 30K. I'm going to shorten the pulse. Curious. Run. There we're having an effect. Not as clean, but it's there. This could be a pulse width issue. So I'm gonna stop it there, and we will drop the pulse again by 2/3. This will double up, but then we'll see if it's different up top. This sounds cool. I know you guys probably can't hear this, but it sounds fucking awesome. It's like 4 individual sounds that aren't in the same exact spot. And it's just kind of just going, it's like chirping at you. So, just comparing the line width, we're definitely a little bit thinner, but it's almost nice. And even the last one, that's the same shit. Yeah. It was just like that anyway. We'll let this one cut out. This one actually finished. This one's usable. Okay. Yeah, that one cut out. And yeah, it's misshapen because we're going so freaking fast. So what if we dropped it to 1000? Well, do we have a... Fill all shapes at once or fill shapes individually? Let's try fill shapes individually. It'd be less efficient. Oh, enable... No, it's dot width though. We're not doing dots. Let's try individual on the next one. Also, what I've realized, I think, is the most efficient use of the shape of paper is probably not this, because we're sacrificing all this. I wonder if portrait, so we get 1, 2, 3. And I'd get 2 more there. So I could get 4 that way, or I could get 4 this way. Or 1, 2. No, that's not gonna work. So I can get 9 if I do it like this. Sorry, 6 total from there. I'd also get 6 if I do it like this. Yeah, I'm just missing 1. That would be the trick. 2 portraits. A row of 2 portraits. No, what the fuck? We've got to use this paper efficiently. 15 cents a sheet. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We can get 9. We at least get 9 per page. A little bit of a bummer. Man, this freaking aluminum's taking a beating. Okay. Let's line this up. We'll get our framing here. We've got, we're just doing shapes individually now. Okay. And we'll run this. Oops. I don't think shapes are filling individually. Check my YouTube stream. How far behind is it? Pretty far. Check my tabs. Oh, he's going for it. Who rated? That's cool. Just let them know, W Raiders. Awesome. Yeah, but you're gonna paint the shed tomorrow and it's done. At least you'll be done. At least you'll be done. Let's see, I think that stream ended. This one just started. Relatively. Okay. That one ended. It's been done. Same there. Alrighty, ads, as a heads up, there's about 5 minutes into those run. Not bad for, oh, in total 16 hours work? Hell yeah, dude. What was it? I guess not a pre-built shed, if you built it. Was it metal, wood? Did you have to frame it? Or was was there like trusses and stuff already? That'd be kind of cool. So we said fill shapes individually. That didn't work. We'll try fill groups together. See if that gets the desired effect. Wood, nice. Yeah, how are we gonna do this shit? I guess we'd rotate it, cut off the excess, and then do it like that. Okay. So that's needing framed. Close enough, really. Set that up a touch. Hold this. Run it. It's doing the same thing again. So I think we're gonna have to adjust the speeds. Be cool if it was concentric lines. Shit would be done in a half second. Yeah, he had the frame and trusses up. Oh, but you knocked out everything else, including the insulation and roofing. Hell yeah, dude. That's legit. Just asphalt shingles, or was it like a tin roof? We're thinking about potentially building a kind of an attached shed. It'd be like a garage, but not really for cars. Just a garage-like space. So I'm all kinds of curious. I'd love to put skylight in it. Get a bunch of natural light in there. Look dope. All right, there's another one. We got 5 done. Now we need to really tweak these settings. I'm gonna drop this, actually, lines. If I put these lines close enough, asphalt, nice. I'm gonna try something. I went to the wrong camera. Hello. Put that back down. Actually, why not? You guys can have the top-down view for a little while. Change it up. So, well, I'll bring you back into Lightburn. So my thought is, I'm getting problems where the fill here is very thin on this. It's not representative of the bottom. Now the bottom, where it's scanning horizontally, it can just stack long lines. My thought is, what if we design this to have concentric lines, so it'd just be lines stacked next to each other. So we'd have to know the beam width, and then we would have to space those out. That's gonna suck, but we're gonna try. Ads starting in 15 seconds, just a heads up. So let's try it. We've got this saved. To make it more sensible in the future, I'm gonna drop the speed a touch, bring back the, we'll go like 38K, bring back the frequency there, and we'll save this again so we can come back to it and we know it's gonna be improved. But now I'm gonna save this as view card, mini, and in all caps, concentric attempt. Don't judge my spelling if that's wrong. Okay, so instead of having these layers be fill, I'm gonna hide this. Never heard of the ads. Hey, let's go. W sub. Thank you, Choose. I appreciate that. So I think if I grab this inner line and offset it outward, now we have to figure out the distance. So okay. Interval of 0.02 covers it. So that's two beams that overlap. So the beam is 0.1. Let's try 0.2. I don't fucking know. No, then I'd need to interval off of this one. Oh, fuck. No. I said 0.2, I meant 0.02. Sheesh. Yeah. Okay, so we need this to duplicate like 80 times. Alt-O, is this our... Yeah, thank goodness there's keys for this. Okay, we're doing it. This could be one hell of an optimization. Flood fill might do this though. Actually, I don't really understand flood fill myself. We'll leave this gap. No, that's a double gap. It's gonna double up. That's fine. Oh, it looks cool though. Looks like a racetrack. Gee. Okay, this one. I should select all the inner lines and do it all at once, but we'll go one by one. We'll zoom in, why not? Heck. Heck. This is gonna get old really fast. And again, let's leave that as a gap on that one. Why not? This needs to go inward. Needs to go not outward. Oh, I love it. I love concentric lines. Says the nerd. Oops. This needs to go outward. Oh. I turned the backlighting on my keyboard on. That's cool. Why is that so cruddy? Need you to go out. But it's... Oh, it's just rendering. It is still a vector and everything. Well, I sure am glad I didn't select 0.01, because that would have been twice as many lines to manually put in right now. This is going to be really fun to watch, because it's going to be zipping around the racetrack. All right, we're gonna leave that gap again. Okay, now our last one is this outside ring. So we'll grab this guy. Still going the right way. It'd be nice if I could double up, but I don't think it would iterate correctly. It would overlap. And if I did an array, it wouldn't iterate per. I guess this is an example of compound growth, because it references its newest amount, its compounding amount, not the original. If I did an array, it would reference the original. And we'll definitely, yeah, this will be right by the cut line, so we'll double that up. Okay, so now instead of this whole layer being fill, we're gonna swap it to line, and we're gonna change it to a faster, let's just do 1,000. That's maybe the wrong thing to do, but, and then we need to have our outline cutting. I'm gonna save this, and I'm really excited about this. This is like a whole new world. Okay, let's try to get this corner. I wish I could give up on the condition of this plate, but I really want it to look nice. I should just buy two and have a junk one and a nice one. Save my brain energy. Okay, let's get you guys a view of this. And by this, I mean this camera in this position. And we're gonna rock this. Okay, doing the lines test. Let's go. Did you guys see how fucking fast that was? And it's nearly perfect, because I'm such a perfectionist, god damn it. The only problem is when it jumps over to start the new line, there's a tiny gap. It's funny on the two loops around the eyes. They're on the very bottom, so it looks like tears. But I'm wondering, I'm feeling like you could adjust that. But having such a minor defect for that speed increase, that was like 10 seconds versus 40. And the lines are more consistent. And it probably looked cool too. I didn't have like a macro perspective for you guys. As far as I can tell, the lines are connected. The very middle of the top, like the mouth, may not have overlapped. But that is easily worth pursuing. I wonder if you can tell it to start lines in random spots, so then you have just one tiny dot in a different place instead of a whole group of them for the thickness of the line. But this is incredible. What an optimization. Key pulse width is so short. Don't know why. I don't really see a way of it happening. Let's just keep cutting these. We just made a huge optimization. We can go ham with this now. I think that's close enough. Let's run it. I'll watch the timer this time. Cutting. At 10 seconds, we started cutting. We're just about through. Job's done at 17 seconds. That's just impressive. Now I'm the only limiting factor. I can't move this fast enough to load the paper. What a funny first world problem. If I could only load my laser faster, I could make make more things. Woe is me. This is nice though. It actually lines up there. Run it. Ooh. That is... This one's a fail. Yeah, hit the clip. Technically all of our problems are third world problems. Did I say third world? I actually meant first world. Hey, that one's good enough though. You know what would be an interesting concept? If I used one of these old ones to see if it would fit on the new... Oh, like we actually don't have room. I'm just gonna clip that at the bottom and hope that's centered up enough to make a decent one. Dang it. Missed again. Poor paper clip's getting lasered. I'm gonna throw that one away. Well, no. I can't. Alright. Little paper scraps. Save a few of them. Bigger pieces. Rest of you's gotta go away. Okay. But be said, as we are the third world from the sun, it also makes sense as third world. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Cider! Thanks for the emotes. Thanks for lurking too. I see you. I appreciate it. Stream's been good. We've been very distracted as we as we get. But we've been dialing in a new laser lens. We used a convoluted macro photography setup to dial it in, and now we're making these cute little note cards for a project. Oh, you can't see these for shit. Yeah, these ones. Kind of look like a little face. But, yep. And we're making all these because I need to do a kind of like a, not quite an illustration, but an example piece for a video that I filmed yesterday. These are so satisfying. Oh my God. I feel rich. I feel like a kid with Monopoly money. Having a bunch of identical things. That's funny. How was your stream? Cider? Actually, I've reloaded the tab like 8 times just to make sure I'm at least doing that. And I did not pay attention to what you were streaming. Yeah, I missed it. It was good. We cheesed to Boston, talked about pizza. Oh, is this more Souls? Dark Souls? So ordered pizza and went to get it after. Oh, nice. That's a good idea. We ordered burgers. It's delicious. Dark Souls. Nice. Okay, so I need to use another paper. I both hate and love pulling out a fresh sheet of paper. Like, it's so perfect now. Why do I have to do this to it? If I were to cut this into strips, this might make my life easier. So we could do 2 side by side with no margin, or 3 side by side with some margin. I have a cutter. Where'd my cutter? It's way over there. I'm gonna get my cutter. You've been craving pizza for 2 weeks and you haven't done anything about it? Disappointed, Cider. 2 weeks of pizza cravings is ridiculous. I think we hadn't eaten pizza for like a month and a half or something. No, what am I saying? We have pizza all the freaking time. Yeah, I was trying to relate. It didn't work. I give in. I give in. Way too easy. Okay, so I've just got a paper cutter. So I'm just measuring this out. So we need about 3.5 inches per, I would say. So oops, I always forget what the fucking hook is. I haven't used this in like 2 years. Okay. I think that's good. Let me just see how much we've got extra. Oh, plenty. Let's move that over a little bit. So cutting at 5.5. Oh, I love this thing. And then cutting at 2 3/4. Do we get 3 even pieces? Hot damn. Not too bad. All right, we'll leave that before I get carried away and cut up all my paper. Oh no, you live far away from good pizza. Okay, I understand now. I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. We were talking about Trader Joe's once, and you said it was like a 2-hour drive or something, so that kind of makes sense. The camera is pointed at a weird angle. Not quite what I was anticipating. And I'm gonna blow my nose. 1 second. If I was on the new microphone, I probably would have accidentally unmuted myself. And that would have been awful. Okay, so the video I filmed yesterday was about how to rotate your tires, which is a very generic video, but I specifically did it on an electric car. And it had its uniqueness where the car sits really low. And on that specific car, I had figured out a workaround to rotate my tires. So I wanted to share that. But there's some good discussion points about how and why to rotate your tires. And one of those points is the order that you rotate your tires. And I explained it, but I want to illustrate that. And I figured, why not integrate all the different things that I do, and we'll stream about making something that will get used in a video tutorial that I made. And that video tutorial will reference back to the other parts. So I need 16 of these cards because I talked about 3 different situations for tires. So it looks like we need to do about 4 more, and we should get 9 more out of this. So we'll have a couple spares for fuck ups, and let's do the thing. So we should be able to drop this in. On deck. And I'm gonna frame this because we're kind of working into our margins here, which is good. We don't want waste. So I'm gonna slide this over. This should be our cut line though, so we should be okay actually. And I'll have to hold the end of this so we stay in focus, but I think we can just run this. And if you guys were here earlier, this original job would take like 40 seconds or something. Now we're doing it end to end in about 17 seconds. We have optimized it. Very custom. All right, we got a new card. Ideally, if I was doing like a production run type situation for these, I'd have a proper, I'd invest the time, depending on what it was worth. I'd invest the time to actually set up a jig for this. Like a, I don't want to put my finger there, what am I doing? Just thinking like a rectangular outline that's just a little bit bigger than the piece that's going to be cut, but it stays in place and it presses down on the paper, and you just slide paper in. And as long as the paper is visible to where you have enough to cut, then you can always make sure you get something cut inside of that. But for now, we got to do this individually. At least treat it that way. Doesn't have to be the most precise, but pretty close. But my God, it's fun to do these back-to-back things. Did you ever choose which adhesive? Camera, you're not allowed to do that. Hello. How warm is this? Not more than usual. I keep catching these cameras doing things and then they get the most awkward shots. Which I might be able to show one of those. Yeah, I could show one on stream and get a clip of it to share with people on the Twitch side of stuff. But yeah, I don't think this camera is supposed to go into AI tracking mode. Well, I turned it off. If it was enabled, it is possible that something would have triggered it because it's supposed to look for a hand gesture. Did you ever choose which adhesive you're going to go with? Yes, I did. I have a PVA that I got from a bookbinding company. It's from Line Co. I thought they had a cooler name than that. Jesus. But it's a new pH neutral adhesive and supposed to be used in bookbinding. It's supposed to last like forever and be really strong hold. So I bought a bunch of glue I didn't need. And that stuff is more expensive than all of it. That's okay. It's still not all that expensive. So yeah, we got that. I think, I don't know that I'll get to it tonight. I really wanted to, but you know how these streams are. I do want to do a test. I got a thermal laminator. I gave up on hand laminating, and that is going to allow me, well, it works, but it leaves air bubbles. It doesn't quite fully clearly seat. And I don't want to get a more expensive one because I would much rather buy a big cold laminator to do some posters in the future. That's why this lens is so incredibly important to me right now. I got big projects. I got the biggest projects for my laser, for my laser engraver. We're gonna laser everything, the White House, everything, the West Ballroom and the East Ballroom. So I need to get a cold laminator to some point. What I'm thinking for the hot laminator is I'll put a seal coat, like very thin, flat coat of the glossy Mod Podge, and see if that will fill in the gaps, and then you laminate over that, and it has less gaps to fill in, is the thought. And if that works, we're like full steam ahead on the project for our friend. So, exciting stuff. I'm gonna switch binder clips. This is annoying the shit out of me. This UV is a blessing and a curse. So capable and invisible to the eye. Let's send you back to your second position. I even brought up making books while in... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you talked to me about some of those paper projects you did. Sounds super cool. That would be really cool. Like, it's awesome that, and they should have more of it, that prisons would have, like libraries or something like that. But yeah, having an outlet, like being able to actually physically make a book, would be incredible. Why shouldn't skills be a priority in prisons? Let's sets people up to have success. Or at least occupy themselves. Because there's probably not too many options. Which is part of it. Part of the goal of it, but it's awful. Okay. I think that's going to work, actually. But I do want to hold the metal down. I think that's good enough. Let's run it. I wish it'd make sense to just never stop streaming. Just keep working on projects endlessly. So there's so many that I have going on all at once. They all feed off of each other. Once I get one part set up, I'm like immediately ready to go to the next part. All right, so I think I had 8 here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. We need another 4? Hang on. We need 16. Oh, there was a ton of progress in college courses you could take in my experience. Very cool. Good. Anybody that says that shouldn't be allowed, I don't need to say that last part, but, or don't want to say the last part. Not kind thoughts towards somebody in that mindset. Everybody should be allowed to better themselves. Or at least do something. If they want to, that's productive and not hurting anybody. Okay. Not even counting these, I'm just checking that all the eyelets have popped. We're getting a fat stack of cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we just need 2 more. We're going to get 3 more. Okay. I did not math prior. Why some Boschi glasses there? I can't take them off. I'd burn out my retinas. No, my corneas. My corneas would... My lenses would cook. Or I'd go blind and never know it. Just go dark. Probably partially blind. What's up, Luna? Go to bed. Jesus Christ. Or are you waking up? It's not 5 a.m. yet. What the heck? Yes. Yeah, we're using the lights. So that's what all the noise is. We've sighted in. It's only 4:40 a.m. God. We've sighted in a new lens that gets way sharper. Well, sharper than the other one. The other one is ridiculously sharp already. So, making these little cards. You can probably see that. Yeah. Little faces on them, kind of. And then we're going to use these in a video example in a second. So it's a whole cycle of life at the moment. Chu says, HVAC RR. What's the RR component of HVAC? Culinary skills, metal fab, legal courses. There's a GED program and a baker. That's That's like every high school should have that. That's, they need more, but that's pretty well rounded. Oh, refrigeration, duh. Duh. That's all part of that. The whole heat pump cycle. Got home 30 minutes ago from... It all makes sense, Luna. You work overnight. Okay, I'm like, this person stays up fucking late. They're as bad as Bungscopy. Well, yeah, I guess, HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration, recirculation maybe? You stay up anyways. I have the opportunity potentially in the next few months to move to an evening shift at my job, and I'm going to take it if it comes up. So I might be experiencing some of that, where when I come home at midnight, do I stay up? Do I go to bed? And the adult in me wants to go to bed so that I can get up at a reasonable hour. We'll see what happens. But thank you for dropping by, Luna. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Okay, let's get our frame lined up here. I'll probably just hold that, honestly, when it comes time. Oh, this is generous. We have a lot of room now. Alrighty, let me get you guys the angle over here of the laser engraver. And I'm gonna have to, like, two hands, maybe? Yeah. Running. Maybe you guys won't be able to see this one. Oh. We're just low, what the heck? But then again, you have to think about the continuity. If you go to bed right after you get off work, you'll be more tired the next evening. I think I see what you're saying. Is that one a bust? Oh, it might be okay. No, not really. I'm gonna put that in the dud pile. Try to line this one up better. It's more in the middle, so it's gonna hold its place better. Where's my stuff? Okay. Looks good as hell. I'm glad. Yeah, that should give us plenty. I think I could just bind that. Boop. All right. Now you should be able to get a better view. Luna, you probably would have liked earlier when I was doing these material tests. It varies 2 different intervals, but I was doing a frequency one, and the frequencies go fast enough that they're audible. So it had this kind of like metallic or like digital sounding sine wave, like more like a sawtooth wave or something. As it would scroll across, but with light and smoke. It's like a little light show. But then it'd be moving so fast, it'd be doing like these different frequencies almost in multiple places. It was cool as fuck. It'd be cool to design. You'd probably that'd be a lot of work to do it manually. You'd probably need to get some vibe coding going. But it'd be cool to design a song or something based on the laser frequencies and doing that on an image, like an image related to the music somehow. It'd be cool. I'm gonna run through my tabs real quick. Let me make sure I say W stream for my boy. who's been streaming for 12 and a half freaking hours on a subathon. Started with like 3 hours to get going, and has gotten hella support today. So glad to see it. All right, we got another one chopped up. And we pop out the eyes. I need a smaller, pointier point for these. Alrighty, now I gotta figure out this next part. So we're gonna head over to the table, and I'll need to bring that. I'm gonna turn the laser off and the vent so I can take these damn glasses off. And I can hear again, I can see again. Oh, it's incredible. Hello. We're back over here. So I have to figure out a few things here. I'll be talking about, why did it want to set a new timer? That's weird. So these cards are for a video I filmed yesterday about rotating car tires. And the plan is to draw on there tread patterns as an example. And then I would have 4 per, 1 for each wheel. And I can show the different arrangements of them. So I need to figure out the patterns to draw. We ended up with a lot extra. Cool. Maybe I'll work that into something else. But man, I need to clean up a little bit. I'm gonna put away a lens or 2. Let's swap to a big room view here. Actually, the exposure doesn't look so bad on there. BMO from Adventure Time. It is a little bit robot. A little robot. Let me get chat up. On my phone so I can see you guys without turning my head 180 degrees. And then I just saw we got more friends live, so I gotta lurk up on DM. Maybe they just went live. You silly Twitch. Twitch has been hiding people from me, putting them in a different category I was not expecting. Okay, good. All right. Everybody's having fun. Awesome. Okay. It's like, being, I don't know, trying to think how to describe my eyes right now. Being in sunlight for a long time and then going inside or something. Hopefully that is purely because I've been unable to see a full spectrum of colors and not because I've been staring at UV light emitted from a UV laser. That would suck. So I'm just tidying up so that our desk is video worthy. There's that random E-clip we found earlier. Let's take my $2 bill, because that's my dollar bill. Ooh, that probably needs a charge. Where is a micro cable? There we go. Too close. I hate writing things down and then not giving myself enough detail to understand what the heck I wrote down. It's good stuff, good stuff. All right, over here in this pile of stuff, I'm missing something. So let's put that down. Put this away. I'm gonna have to have a cleanup day in here tomorrow. I'm getting used to it being nice. Can't have this mess encroaching. Nada, welcome in, bro. Should be going to bed, but you wouldn't come say hello. Thanks so much, man. Get some sleep. Good God, is it 3 a.m.? Midnight. Yeah, just about. I'm doing good. I've been in laser goggles for the last 2 hours or so, making some cards. I'll show you over here. Explain it real quick and then you can be on your way. All right, yeah, so these I designed on last week's stream, but I miniaturized it and then customized the file that it runs off of so I can get a clean result in about 17 seconds to etch and cut this. And these are little note cards. So I'd write the title or topic up top. You could draw in whatever you want here, or you could list a bunch of stuff, and then you can have a footer of information like date, time, stuff like that. And then there's always the back. You can always put stuff on the back. It looks very pro. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm not known to be a designer, but I've had some good results that I've been pleased with, just kind of going off of like photography composition concepts, just looking for things that look and feel balanced. And so far it's actually been really rewarding, so I'm happy. So I'm just trying to clean off my table so we can get the next bit filmed for the video that I filmed yesterday. Just trying not to have a giant mess of clutter in the background of a video. At least not unrelated things. Tripping. Okay, we're gonna pile this over here. That space never stayed clean very long, did it? Okay, this can get out of here. And get rid of these cans. Phone could maybe stay. Phone needs to stay. Because the people be chatting. Set those over there, and I think we're pretty close. So now I need a piece of scrap paper, and I need to decide if I need another light. So let's grab a few scraps. We've got a couple of these cards, and we'll start thinking about how we want to lay this out. So what I need to describe are three things. And I'm going to use the smallest card possible to write this down. Tread pattern. And what do we want to call it? Is it universal tread? Unidirectional, that's what it was. Unidirectional means one direction. I think omnidirectional Okay, so just directional versus non-directional is maybe the term I should have used. So I said unidirectional, thinking it meant non-directional, but it actually means directional. Okay, well, I'm glad I looked that up and didn't just carry on with what I thought was right. Bed does sound good. Luna says, I got some food in me. Time for a shower and then bed for a few hours. Till next time, 5. See ya, Luna. Let me actually swap to the right camera. Please. Sleep well if you haven't left already. Catch you later. And then, yep. Nodder, get some rest as well. You guys are up so late. Oh my goodness. Get some sleep. You make me feel like I should go to bed, and it's not quite that late over here yet. Not quite. Wavy. All right. Okay, so tread pattern is directional versus non. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow night I will be staying up. Oh, visible. Tempted to stream for a couple hours. Tomorrow, maybe just give it a rest. Oh, yeah, I see it. Do you have a love reminder of your stream? I will hear from you soon. Sounds good, Nodder. I'll give you the same wave goodbye. Goodbye, Nodder. Have a good night. If you feel up to it, stream. It's always fun. Always fun, always good. Okay, so we've got our non-directional. So these would be actually 2 cards worth. And then we have our wheel size. So I need to find a way. Why is that an O? Sizzle. Peace. I need to find a way of representing this. So obviously we'll have 1 card, 2. I gotta make this one smaller, and 3 cards. And we need to that's a good way to represent it. So 1 tread, let's say it's, oh, no, that's a good representation. So to be straight lines. And then yeah, that's a tire. So straight lines. So if this goes that way, down, up, down. That goes top right to bottom left. So that flips over, that would be backwards, right? Let me try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. As you flip that, that would be upside down. So maybe that's not the way to do it. But the lines kind of make sense. Then you'd have another tire. And that tire is going to be more of a directional pattern. The V pattern. Something really meant to shed water. Yeah? Okay. And then you would have cards that are just larger wheels. I'm gonna hate this. Drawing all this is gonna suck. But that's basically our the 3 versions that we need to do. What we need to figure out is how we want these to look. Do we want to just represent the tread? But then you can't really represent the wheel size as easily? Or do you want to do like a, is that an isometric view? Or like a 45-degree view? I can't even conceptualize right now how to do that. So you'd have one completely visible circle, but it's going to be shorter at the back. The tire's visible, but it's an outline, so it's going to actually be like weird. Go all the way to the outside. And then it's got to go in. Then it's possible there. Back out. Does that even make sense? And then let's say it had tread. That just doesn't look right. I can't draw. We are finding this out here. I guess work within your strengths. So that's not my strength. I like the wibbly wobbly hand drawn look though. I think it's kind of nice. It'd be a nice aesthetic. So I do kind of want to keep with that. Why does this one look? Oh, that was the one that got the binding clip stuck. So thinking of tread pattern. Maybe I can just look up tread patterns real quick. We'll just say tire tread types. Aha. How interesting. Yeah, that's important to know. I didn't realize there was asymmetrical, where it looks similar, but the inside of the tire versus the outside of the tire. That's probably worth mentioning. Ads are going to start in just about 3 minutes. Give you guys a heads up. And while I'm over here, I'm going to just quickly check through my tabs. Make sure everybody's still going strong. That they are. Great. Unfortunately, my white balance has gone to shit on that camera. Cannot have that. So we're going to leave you at 42,000. Should be a little bit warm on that. I'm going to throw a white box down as a reference and then wait just a moment for that to pop up on my stream. It's a touch warm. Let's look at 4,000. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that issue's fixed. What would this look like if we blast this? Holy shit. That's a lot of light. God damn. Even now, that's a lot of light. Yep. Not the unmodified light. Let me just turn this off. Sorry for the sorry for the light. So we'll have to mention that. We'll be looking at the tread pattern, so we essentially just need to represent that. I see it. I see how they do it. Okay. So we would draw our tire. I really wish I'd just laser etched this. What a weird combo. And let's do lines in from there and lines in from here. Yep. And now we'll do, oh, I gotta draw this shit faster. This is gonna take way too long. Can't be Mr. Precise right now. Okay, so we got that. And then this kind of looks like a car tire. Wouldn't you say? Car tire? At least if this was shown in a video about car tires, you'd probably know what we're talking about. So now I need to decide where I'm putting the information. So this needs to be noted as symmetrical. And what? Tire? Putting a tire at the front's kind of redundant, or at the top. Ads are starting, friends. Okay, information about what you can do with it. So how do you rotate asymmetrical though? I would assume you can't. Oh, there's 4 different types? What the hell? Okay, there's a lot of options. A lot of options. This is annoying. But that's why there's probably a lot of videos about this. How to rotate asymmetrical tires. Okay, write that down. Okay. No. Tire tread types. Get back to that one. Okay. Good. So we've made progress. we need to write down the directional arrow. We need to indicate whether something is symmetrical, asymmetrical / directional, or symmetrical directional odd size? No, different size. Okay, so those are the 3 things we're going to write down. So this tire would be symmetrical. Oops. Symmetrical. 2 M's. Fuck. Whatever. So symmetrical, that's the tread example. And then we'll just say cross rotate. Okay, so then we would have one that would indicate directional, let's say. We'll add no arrow. Has a directional arrow. That's not gonna fit. Dang it. Can you tell me a secret in a public chat? Yeah, go ahead. Directional tread pattern is gonna look, so we have our tire top. Yeah, and bottom. And then we'll hint at tread blocks, I guess. Kind of nice having the pin run out. Like so. And then I guess we'll just kind of indicate that all this shit is going one way. This looks like ass. But we'll call that directional. But I need to figure out the bottom parts here. Need to figure out the bottom parts here. So do we write that it can cross rotate? And then this one, directional, is front cross to back is what we could do. So like front. No, I don't need to write it. I'm explaining it. Why is this so challenging? So they wanted to bury your father's father with your family signet ring because he always wore it, but it's a family heirloom and has our family crest on it. So I did the reasonable thing and took it off his finger at the viewing because it was supposed to go to your father, then to me anyway. I don't particularly see the point of burying things with the dead. Like, I get the symbolism of it, but if it's something that can have value to the living, especially as a memento, I don't see a problem with that. People are weird about shit. It's not the value, it's the history. Yeah. Well, history has value. Like, not the monetary value, but the heirloom value. Okay, let me get one of my lurkers tabbed. Man, Twitch, you've been bad about this tonight. I'm having to look everybody up. That thing made it from Spain. Oh, when the conquistadors came to Mexico. Holy crap, that's a lot of history. That is a lot of history, dang. Just getting a friend tabbed. Then I'll be right back with you guys. Okay. Coming back. Okay. So we'll just say has an arrow. Doesn't have an arrow. And could have an arrow. Yeah, I think that works. So let's, why are there 4 sets? I only need 3. Okay, well, we'll take these out of the way for now. Maybe we can put these in the frame kind of cutesily. Yeah, there we go. I think that's in frame just slightly. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, I won't 100% be looking at chat because I'm drawing some things, but I will check in regularly. And then once I film this, it'll probably be pretty focused on this because it's gonna go in a video, but I will obviously catch up with you guys. So let's get our 3 first ones done, and then we'll just duplicate it from there. This would have been a good idea to just draw, trace, etch. I now realize at the end of this project. Oh well, this will be fun. So we will write, we have our 3 types, right? Okay, and then different size. So we'll put one as wheel size. Is the contending factor. Contending, is that the right word to use? Show wheel size. Okay, This one, I'm gonna need a picture to reference, but that is your problem. This one is gonna be your directional. I really hope I don't mess up any of these, and that I can do them very quickly. And then our symmetrical. Oh, it's gonna be hard to fit all that in there. Okay, so let's do our tire here. I'll just draw 2 vertical lines for sanity. And I'll connect the tops like so. And then we'll draw our tread blocks. Something about hand-drawn things. Just nice to look at. Okay, and then these, what are these called? Supinations? Outside ones match. Then the 2 inside ones also match, and they're maybe steeper. Okay, that's going good. And then we're just going to put no directional arrow. Okay, so that is our first of 4. This is gonna take forever. This isn't worth it at all. First time chat from Crystal. Oh, KG. Thank you for the raid. I should have paid more attention. I literally, maybe I caught you guys at a good time. But I literally just looked over and I was like, man, he's got 41 seconds left on his stream. First off, congrats to everybody for quite the day of support for Kuroko Callum, Superman, Henry Cavill. A round of applause for you guys. That's fucking awesome. He streamed for over 12 hours, almost 13 hours. Moftopia and Gilly. And definitely saw some other people in there. Chusifer, thank you for donating a tier 1 gifted to Kuroko. KG, just gotta come watch. Just gotta come watch now. Forget your subathons on Saturdays. You gotta come see my streams when I'm streaming, when you're streaming. But welcome in, everybody. I know most of you guys definitely from the KG community, but if you don't know what I do, I make DIY tutorial and maker content for YouTube. And the Twitch side will eventually shift into more gaming content, but right now we're doing all the ramp up to get there. I want to build a sim racing rig, and that's gonna be primarily what things are kind of based around. So that's gonna have YouTube stuff, that'll have Twitch stuff. But there's a lot of little projects that I'm kind of working in along the way and building up this project room to be able to do all that. So I've got all kinds of hobbies: photography, videography and content creation, CAD design for 3D printing. I've been working with lasers. What else? Oh my God, there's so many. Yeah, that's a good start. But yeah, those are the things. Yeah, whoa. Will we get Johnny Bradford Maker content soon? I don't know. I kind of want to do other people, but it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I've been working on a few different ones just for fun. It's fun to make my wife laugh with different voices and stuff. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. I'll link it. We are actually live on there too, but as I don't have a Von Avi over there, like KG has a Von Avi, so my chat's dead. We subscribe. Okay. I'd appreciate it, of course. But this is my channel. Everything's still in the kind of build-up phase, but this has been, you'll see videos that are maybe like 10 years old on there, some with a fair few views. My original goal on there was to do tutorials, but as I've gotten deeper and deeper into hobbies and figuring out myself and skill sets and how to do things, thank you, Von Avi. Von Avi with the first time chat over on YouTube. Thank you. First chat in 7.5 hours. But I found out through that process that for my brain spiciness, once I kind of get through a thought process, then I'm able to communicate it. And I take that really broadly, from even just simple skill sets to like whole workflows and processes. So I really like to share how to do things, not just the tutorial of how I did it, but kind of reasoning. There's a lot of different motives to it. So the name on there is pretty broad. I could just name it after myself. It would almost make more sense. But yeah, that's the kind of genre that I do on there. Lots and lots and lots of stuff to come. I do a lot of editing, video editing, cinematics, stuff like that's really exciting to me. So you'll see all kinds of stuff kind of throughout those different genres. But yep, that's what I do. Welcome in, everybody. Yesterday, I filmed a video about how to rotate tires, but specifically on an EV. There's a couple small contingencies, but specifically my vehicle, how to make it work easily. I'd love to stay here more, but I gotta head out. Crystal, thanks for staying up so late. Have a good night. I'm sure it's +4 to +6 hours off the normal GMT, so it might be morning for you. Good God, get some sleep, please. And thank you for hopping on the Valheim server. It's nice to have company on there for KG. I've been busy. Not getting very much done, but we've gotten a little bit done. And then Choose for over on YouTube says we don't like making sense here. Okay, it's true. It's true. But so for that video that I filmed yesterday about tire rotation, I filmed a segment about when and how to cross-rotate tires. There's some contingencies in there that are kind of more broadly accessible. That's what I was trying to share. And that's what's behind me. That was what I was working on when you guys got here. I'd very much like to speed up the process, but I think there's a certain quality to it being hand-drawn. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and follow through on that. So word of warning, the next hour is probably gonna be somewhat boring of me just repetitively drawing things and really trying and struggling to not mess things up. Also, KG, if you're not already aware, I'm sure you're very aware, please get some rest. Do your post-stream wind down and everything like that. Get some rest and enjoy your day off tomorrow. So I'll bring you guys back over to the overhead cam back at the desk. And I'll quickly explain my goal here. So I've taken to making little prototypes of things before I go into the full-fledged thing. It's just, I don't know, makes sense. That's why people do it. So I've worked out the 3 topics that I need to talk about and then broken down kind of the information that I need to lay out on these little cards that I designed and cut today. So we're gonna have symmetrical tread tires, directional tires, which can also be asymmetrical, which I now realize I definitely missed that from somewhere over here. So that'll be a bullet point down here, asymmetrical, slash has a directional arrow. Oh, no, I was summarizing that. So there's 2 in 1 with this one. And then wheel size. So basically the goal was I would have 4 cards to represent the 4 wheels on a car. And instead of me sitting in the driveway and just basically pointing at a tire, like having a tire next to me and be like, this is what you do, this is what you do. I'm gonna cut away from that to a top-down view like this. It won't be upside down in the video. It will be upside down for you guys, unfortunately. But I'll be able to show you in the video which way you rotate your tires. So if you've got symmetrical tires, your front tires cross as they go to the back, and the back tires go straight to the front, is the general concept. It's kind of a nice handcrafted way of illustrating something, I guess. Let's get back to work. This is for dry road or winter. So this would be any, I guess I'm defining tires in 3 ways. Symmetrical, directional, and then different wheel sizes. Because I think those are the 3 things that really impact what you can do. Like if you can understand the difference between symmetrical and directional and wheel size difference, then you can kind of figure out for your vehicle at least the things that you need to look for. Maybe not your specific combination so much, but you can, like I won't show your specific combination of like, okay, you've got symmetrical tires, but your wheels are different sizes, or you don't have, your tires are directional, but your wheel sizes are different. I'm not gonna show every possible combination, but I'm showing like the 3 key things, I think is the goal. If that makes sense, Manavi. With the okay ... Hopefully it'll make more sense in the video when it's actually done on, done for real and everything's edited and beautiful. But let me pull chat up over here. At least I'll have Twitch chat, and I'll turn around from time to time and catch up with you guys. But this will kind of be my head down, get this done so I can edit some more tonight or play game. Vanavi, you like CNC. That's actually your job, right? CNC programming, if I'm not mistaken. So I've got a Bamboo Lab P1P 3D printer in the closet. And then I've got 2 laser cutters. One is an open gantry, like assembled kit, and then another is a Galvo laser. And I've been rocking with the Galvo laser lately. Do maintenance on production machines from Continental, where you work. Fascinating. Very fascinating. That's really cool. Let me quickly... I am a huge lurker, so I'm going to quickly check through my tabs. if nothing else, I hope it makes sure I count for somebody. I think we've got everybody still going. Very nice, very nice. And Vonavi says, invoices, AutoCAD draw for laser cutting, material production, prices on the products you make. Okay, so you kind of, oh, I missed the, no invoices, AutoCAD for drawing. Very cool. That's cool. So you kind of wear a few different hats. Very cool. Alrighty, so carrying on here. So symmetrical, directional. Let's finish this one down. So has arrow, directional. This is going to be like your winter tires, or I guess I could mention that, and that would maybe bring clarity to that. So winter tires, or I guess just an asymmetrical pattern is probably all it will be. Yeah. So directional has directional arrow. I don't know if I could fit all that. No directional arrow, I barely fit. But that would be consistent. So it has directional arrow, directional tires, maybe V shape, but that's not exclusive because we're including asymmetrical and directional, because asymmetrical can be directional. Oh boy, this gets confusing. Bonavi says, and you take care of 15 kids, the oldest 73 years old is working on a classic tuning mustache. Hell yeah. The youngest has 40 or is 40. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Bonavi, thank you as well for being such a big supportive KG's community. I actually found the video clip from Oblivion when I think you first found the community. It is awesome. It is a throwback, and this was months ago, so it's been months since too. So, yeah, super cool. Love the support on there, and happy to have you raid through and get to see some of the shenanigans I get up to as well. Okay, so let's draw this directional tire. So we'll try to do our lines again. Yes. And I'm really hoping this is all going to be worth it in the end. Hoping somebody watches the video and they're like, damn, he drew that shit, and then ignores the fact that I drew like shit. Okay, so directional. We need the V pattern, so our 5 treads again. And I know I have to draw faster than this. It's just so hard. I'm such a perfectionist. That's why I like lasers. They're perfect every time. That is actually probably more true than I would like it to be. Okay, so we're doing shallow lines. And then steeper lines that kind of line up vaguely, but don't pay too much attention because you'll take forever. And the middle would be blank. Okay, so shallow lines. Everything Ving to the middle. And I will double check in a second that you guys can actually see this part. Okay, steeper. And then I need to put probably 2 up here.
Okay, that's the tread done. Let me fill this in because I'm a perfectionist. All right, they're nice. Bonavi says it is. They're all like kids. Gladly, I see you, Vibe. As I see KG. Love the details. Aww. I get you too. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. All right, let's, I have 3 previews of stream up, so I'm just looking at the lowest latency one. Oh, wrong way, because we're upside down. So let me bring you guys in closer, because we've got the option too. And then that'll look nice. Okay, so we've got our directional. We're gonna put that it has a directional arrow. That'll be consistent formatting with the other one. But I gotta write real small. Has directional arrow. Okay, I made great room out of that. Winter tires. V tread, V shape, or asymmetrical. That might be good. So we do like V shape. Or leave it open and then asymmetrical. Taking the time to format some of this stuff before you write it down has really been helping me. Like I'll run a quick prototype. Like these cards themselves, I cut a square, drew kind of what I thought might look good, and then realized the square was too big or not the right aspect. So then I cut it again, got that shape, then started laying out on that what I wanted, and then I went into the laser layout. So I wasn't spending all this time on a heavy labor-intensive process. I'd already sketched it out. It's just the way to do things, but okay. So that's looking pretty good, and we need to add 2 more bullet points. I think that'll work. So V shape or asymmetrical. Okay, so that's our directional tire version. You know what would have been a really good idea is make 2 of them, digitally copy them in the edit, and then move them accordingly. Or literally make one. Actually, I have a question for you guys, anybody that's available to answer. And don't feel pressured if you're busy doing something. Would you rather, that's a hell of a way to start a sentence for this type of question. Would you rather, if you're watching a video, what is more satisfying? Because I'm trying to make satisfying videos. I want some part of it to be satisfying in some way, like textures, audio, aesthetic, stuff like that. I want it to be like you're drinking it in visually. And I just moved everything off frame here. Let me recenter here. Okay, so here's the idea. Would you prefer, what is more satisfying in a video? 4 tires physically laid out in this table, and I show you the order that you swap them, or it would still be 4, but only 2 are real, and they're cut. So they're copy pasted over basically,
but they would be floating on the table and they'd be wiggling. They'd be slightly animated as I'm talking about them. And then they would move, but my hands wouldn't necessarily interact with it. So we can take the digital route, or we can take like the brute force physical route. I'd be curious to know what anybody would have to say about that. If you want, I draw for you in AutoCAD, the shape of the tires. So that's kind of the blend that I'm going for. I like the shitty hand-drawn aesthetic. I think it adds something to the video. Like, we have an extremely precise card that's been laser etched, laser marked and laser cut with this dainty little shit-tastic drawing in there. I think it adds like a personal quality that I'm blending, because it's kind of in the channel name. It took me a lot of iterations to come up with, but better done right leaves open any option for me. Basically, it's as good as using my name, and it's whatever I do, it's my channel. It's almost as good as that, because I like high quality things. So when I make something, like when I was growing up, I made a gaming desk, and I made it out of dimensional lumber, so 2x6s. But that thing was so strong, you could probably hold 4 people up. That was what I wanted. I wanted to make something extremely strong. Now that I have more skill sets, I like making things more towards elegant, but also functional. So it's kind of a blend. So your better is covered under that. Like, you want to make something that's better. Then done is kind of like the workflow process. Like, we need to get things done. If you don't get things done, you never achieve anything. So it's all these little steps, finding processes and workflows that speed things up for repetitive work, or even just help your brain run smoother. So for me, this room used to be my storage closet, and it was an absolute mess. I have a video about how to clean, because it was that much of a breakthrough for me when I finally got myself a little process that I could work by. And then right, so better done right, is kind of like the gotcha part of it, I guess, where, and the done part too. You can either say it's better when it's done right, or it's better to have it done right. So you can either focus on things as just getting it done, because it's better to have a prototype out there instead of having it perfect. So we're trying to kill the perfectionism that I am ruled by. Or for certain things, once we've developed a process and we can really execute our time well, then it's really worth doing it right. So it's in the name. It's in a lot of what I do. That's kind of what I was getting at with processes and stuff like that. It's still a little bit vague. Still working on it. It's extremely complex for me, but I'm trying to figure it out. But he says, okay. A friend of mine asked me to draw him a desk for him and a desktop case from plexiglass. Not a good, you said something about Blender. You want to draw them in Blender? Yeah, brute force. Yeah. I could. It'd be easy. You could do a fun aesthetic with it, like a little, it'd be cool if each tread line was glowing, like it was kind of like Tron neon tubes or something that was outlining. It kind of looked like what this is. But I think it's just kind of the aesthetic that I'm going for with what I got so far. But a friend of mine asked me to draw him a desk from a desktop case from plexiglass. So that would be cool, like a desktop PC, like a desk PC, desk computer. Those are cool. So when I build my sim rig, there is the opportunity to integrate the computer into the rig itself. And I think that would kind of be interesting. I haven't designed far enough to know the structure of the rig, and I have some cool ideas, but there is the opportunity to potentially build the computer either into the rig, or it would rest in the rig in a way that you can access it. It's primarily because DisplayPort 2.1 cables, I think the latest DisplayPort cables, are really short to get enough bandwidth and enough signal integrity. So you have to have your computer pretty dang close to your monitor. So there's an actual necessity for having a computer that's not just sitting out of the way. But yeah, desk PCs are pretty dang cool. Not as good rendering in 3D. You can draw them in AutoCAD in 2D. If you can draw in 2D, you can generate something in 3D. You just gotta draw 6 sides. I saw some projects mounting the computer in the desk, looking awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool projects like that. For sure. Draw them out on AutoCAD. I'm debating swapping mics. Yes, good thing I looked. So my receiver is flashing red. If I go quiet, it's because it died finally. I'm just gonna plug it in. I need a cable. There we go. And I have to use this battery because I know it works, but I've had other receivers get noise from other converters that I plug in, so can't have that. Okay, so a note for myself, biscuits. The Hollyland Lark M2S receiver was blinking red 7 hours and 48 minutes into the session. The transmitter was still transmitting at that time when I swapped it out as well and put the receiver on the charger.
You guys will hear me blank for a second.
There we go. We're back on the spare mic. Good for another 8 hours. Thank you to all the lurkers that are hanging out, boosting the heck out of this itty bitty channel. Absolutely appreciate it. If any of you guys find what I'm doing here interesting and want to follow along with the multitude of crazy and confusing projects and stories I'll be doing, feel free to follow me on Twitch, or Better Done Right on YouTube. You can find the link on my About page on Twitch. Thank you so much. Let's get back to the heckin' drawing that we got going. All right, so we've got our prototype area. Now we need to indicate wheel size. So I think the hardcore way of doing this would just be to draw 2 tires of different sizes. And this is kind of one of those things of, wrong way again. I'm here and I'm doing it now. Might as well do it all the way. So let's draw 2 tires. We'll do a full size. And this way I can also avoid drawing a profile, like semi 3D view of this. I don't know why I had to draw it like that, but I did. There we go. And this is the real deal, so I need to pay attention. Okie dokie. This is your 3-month reminder to clean your water bottles. I have cleaned it within the last 3 months. I've got at least another 4 to 5 days before I need to clean it again. Welcome in, Okie dokie. Hope all your projects are going well. I know you had one that was time sensitive not too long ago. Have you looked at Affinity Photo? Or Affinity, it's owned by Canva now, I think, but Affinity, like the Everything app. I downloaded it today. I own Affinity Photo 2, and I was going to use it today to focus stack because I thought that had that function, but I would have to get on the old app. It didn't look like the new free version had stuff, so I got to figure that out. Or I'll just get Helicon Focus, I think it's called. You have a lot of projects? Of course you do. Hopefully you're shooting a lot with the ZR. All right, we're gonna draw this tire shorter and narrower. This is like your drag racing car. This is your Dodge Demon SRT Scatback. I don't know cars very well, if you haven't noticed. But yeah, they got skinny little wheels in the front because they're fast as fuck. Boy. And then maybe I should draw 2 different tread patterns. Like, let's say the back is asymmetrical, but the fronts are a different tread pattern. Maybe we can include some information there. You know, the meta information, if you will. Even though I hate. Never mind. Yeah, so we'll do a directional. Let's say the front is directional. You know, maybe if I draw a lot, I'll get better at it. Can you imagine that? Okay, so this will be our directional one, so I'll go ahead and start it. My quiet focusing. But Navi, if you chat, I'll turn around and catch up in just a second. I'm gonna be starting a Discord before too long. I don't know if you also do AutoCAD and design and stuff at home, like personal projects, stuff you could share, but I would absolutely love, and you as well, Okie dokie, and anybody that's in chat, love people to share their projects on there. I love the creative energy of sharing ideas and solutions and stuff like that. It's super cool, but it'll be a little bit before I get that set up. I got a friend that I might put on that project for me so I can get it done a little bit quicker. Bonavi says, I saw some projects mounting the computer in the desk looking awesome. I already read that. With freehand drawing technical, yes, it is really, you need one of those layout tables that architects do. Oh, you do? We'll send pictures. Fuck. Sorry, I opened my pen. Scared myself. Heck, I better capitalize on this. Let me slide my butt over here. All right. Discord. No, don't change audio device. What the heck? I'll share my Discord. It feels like a bad idea. It's so unfinished. Where is it? Oh yeah, I changed the logo. I'll share it. I've done more than I thought I did. Okay. How share? Invite to server. Okay. So I'll share this in YouTube for you, Von Avi. And then I'll also share this in the Twitch chat. This is my Discord. It's very much unfinished, but there's a tiny bit of structure. I'll explain the goal, what I want it to do. Obviously, there will be its utility functions as somewhere for me to post going live notifications, latest videos, but I also want to post about like behind the scenes stuff, projects that I'm working on off stream, workflows and processes for editing. I do a lot of editing, so that's a big component of that. But what my dream for something like this is to create a space where people working on projects can share what they're doing and what they're learning, and also learn from other people. So kind of like a forum. Like there's a ton of them, and I'm blanking on all of them. The one with the hacker in the name. God dang it, that's the big one that I pay a lot of attention to. Anyway, because I'm blanking. There's a lot of forums and things out there, but I like the idea of just kind of the organics, it's a space where people can share what they're working on. I won't guarantee this, but I might separate it into like 3 different categories. There'd be like the gallery, where you're just sharing what you're doing. Then there's maybe like stuff that you're working on that you may or may not want feedback on. And then there's like stuff you're seeking help on. So there'd be like, because I don't want somebody to post their like professional, like what they consider to be perfect thing in a forum without somebody understanding like what they're actually trying to get out of it. That all might be too complicated, but yeah, that's the kind of the gist of it. It's kind of like a skill community in a way. Like you have a skill, you share it. Maybe if somebody needed help with something and you absolutely were willing to do that, then people can collaborate on things. I think that'd be absolutely interesting, because that's the kind of place that I want to engage with. I want that to exist. And I know it's kind of a place in a lot of different areas. Like there's Skillshare. You can literally pay and learn skills. But I think it's more interesting if it's like directly correlated to projects. Whether that can actually happen on a Discord server, whether it's worth doing on a Discord server, I do not know. But holy shit, so I'm just checking this out, Vanavi. Looks like Vanavi had a hand in making a laser cut gate, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I love patterns like that. I love Art Deco, like Art Nouveau patterning. That's going to be a huge part of my creations and the things that I make in the future. That'll be a lot of my styles and aesthetics. Thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate that. I'll eventually make a channel for stuff like that and get it moved over there so it can be preserved. Design it and put into production a gate, exterior door for the exterior fence of a house. See the gate could help how I could any time. Gladly. I'm out of this week. Building sparkles. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. I want to build welding sparkles. That's so cool. That's so inspired. I love how that's designed. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. I see you, Vanavi. I see you. Fantastic. But yeah, that's the spiel of the Discord. Obviously, it's not finished. It's just a dream. But hey, we got one person posted on there. It's freaking awesome. I'll be on there a ton eventually, getting everything organized. I need my remote. Okay, coming back over to the table. Let's continue on with these wheel sizes. So wheel size, we're gonna make this one. Well, we know we can draw 5 tread blocks. We're getting good at that.
Now I'm just trying to decide, do we make this one, and this is kind of rhetorical, do we make this one symmetrical to discuss that you can flip it anywhere except that it's the wrong size, or do we make it asymmetrical to describe? We should probably do that. I think that would be a better description. Choose on Twitch asks welding sparkles. Yes, welding sparkles, like how I'm guessing it's like a blob of molten metal streaks. So it's like a shooting star, but then it hits the ground and it bounces and it has these arcs. Because it's little metal explosions, basically. But yeah, welding sparks or sparkles. Okay, so if we're going to do an asymmetrical tire pattern, and we had 5... Oh, you know what I should have done is just draw half the freaking tire. Because we're looking at the tread, not the whole freaking tire. I could have just drawn it like this. Silly me. Oh well. We're learning how to optimize this well too far into the project. Okay, so you have your 5 tread blocks. Like as hell. That's way too even. Dang it. Asymmetrical. Yeah, so the stuff that burns my good pants. Yeah, the stuff that our mutual streamer buddy is doing robotics for. So asymmetrical is going to be more like down, down, up, up, down. Yeah? You feel me? So we'll just fill in a little bit of this, and then ups. And our downs. Okay, and that could be a good opportunity to talk about that. Okay, so we'll do shallow. Slightly steeper. And then up. Shallow. And again, up shallow. And then down. Ugh. I need a ASMR pencil mic. What do you guys think? Like embedded in the tail, you just hear the little scratch of the pen. I don't know if that would sound good or not. Okay, so I've got that. I can go back to my chat. So let's see you guys. I'll turn around and read for a second. Kuroko, go to night. Go to night. Go to bed. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Night night, fi. Enjoy your crafting. Gotta hit the hay now. Goodbye. Sleep well. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Congratulations on the awesome, freaking awesome subathon day. From 3 hours to almost 13 hours. That's crazy, crazy. And you stuck it through. I would have rolled that shit over to Monday for sure. Yeah, sparkles from MIG welding machines. Yep, Von Avi. Yep. Yes, Von Avi. Go. Everybody tell KG to actually go to bed. No watching videos about weird things you can do to extend your life. It's not worth it. Go to sleep. Okay, back to the drawing saga that we've got going. Okay, so we've got our wheel size. This is our prototype.
And we need to indicate, this one is, so we have directional, non-directional. I think this is the one that we need. Follow new episode and pass out time. Man, watch it tomorrow. I know it's tomorrow for you, but yeah. Hang on, it's 10 o'clock for me. You're 6 hours ahead of me. So my 6 o'clock is your midnight. So it's 4 or 5 a.m. Go to bed! Well, you'll probably just fall asleep watching. I don't care. You're probably going to fall asleep watching anyway. Hey, you're going to fall asleep. Nothing you can do about it. Don't do drugs, kids. So Saturday, why am I looking at the time? I know what time it is now. Great. Okay. This needs to be wheel size. What are our key points to put down here? Wheels don't match front to back. Wheels don't match front to back. I don't know. Tread pattern directional versus non-directional. Wheel size. So we've added in a few different details here. What are the important things about the wheel size? Because it could still work, but side to side, but wouldn't. Wheels. Different sizes. There we go. Different sizes front to back. So these are our 3 cards, and we need 4 versions in total. And season 2 is complete tonight, Benavi. So this is the finale. So KG just has to get that done. I understand. I've been there. Regrettably, I've watched. The last show I really binge watched was Lucifer. That was actually a pretty good show. I enjoyed the acting in that. It was very much too cinematic for what it was. Everybody's much too beautiful, but good show, good concept. I liked it. It's like there was this, I can't even remember what it was, but it was like a military film based on like, these soldiers got trapped and separated and they worked together and carried their injured buddy. Every single dude was on the peak attractiveness list for dudes. Just redonkulous, the actors that they got for that movie. Not that, anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Okay, so let's work on symmetrical. We're just creating 4 copies of this because I am insane. So are we gonna make this just a process and do each part? Watch me misspell this the first time. And then duplicate it 4 times. That's probably gonna happen. Okay, we'll draw our tire out. Thank goodness this pen has lots of ink. Ooh, that tire's cupped. Damn.
Man, I gotta draw this shit quicker. Ah, it's way too symmetrical. Damn. All right, shallow, steeper. And a little bit steeper. One moment. I have tea. The lady brought me tea. W lady. W wifey. That's amazing. Let me check my storage actually, because we've been going many more hours than I was expecting to. Ooh, good thing I checked. Getting a little bit low on storage there. Let me reload this. But I have tea, green tea, and a stroopwafel. It's delicious. So, to spare everybody the misery of watching me fill these cards out, and the additional component that I also need to film it all, and I'm running out of storage. I think I'm going to call stream here, but I am going to raid out to a friend. We'll check through for sure, but I think I have a pretty good idea of who we'll raid out to. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me, coming through. Firstly, for supporting Kroku. I appreciate the support, and it's fun to share the things that I'm doing, but it's a niche inside of a niche inside of a niche, and I don't need to do it. It's not my job. It's not my career. It's not how I'm making a living. I have a job, fun job. This is just my hobbies. I'd love to turn it into a career, but I am supported if that doesn't happen. But supporting KG is, I've gotten so much out of his community, and it's fun and so rewarding to give back to the community. I absolutely appreciate that you guys have also been supporting him and his goals of self-sustaining with streaming and content creation. So that's super awesome, super awesome. But for me, I'll be doing more projects. I typically stream 1 to 2 days, usually on the weekends. That might be like a Friday, Saturday, or a Sunday occasionally. But a lot of the stuff I do is me experimenting. So we had it like half of one of the streams recently was the webcam pointing at a CRT screen, which was showing what another webcam was showing. So we basically created kind of a vintage CRT vibe to the stream for a little while. So I like to incorporate trying out new stuff in here, like RGB lights, bringing in products, unboxing things. We've started doing teardowns. Today we unboxed some screwdriver bits that I got so I can do teardowns just a little bit easier with power tools and stuff like that. But there's all kinds of things. I'm trying to figure it out just like everybody else is. But I've got my weird skill sets, and I'll be sharing everything I absolutely can. So I'm gonna wheel my butt over here with my tea and wrap up with you guys. Thank you all so much for watching on YouTube under Better Done Right and on Twitch under Fimorth. We are going to raid somebody. Thank you so much for sticking through all the silly ads that have to be run and everything like that. Let me just pull up my raid target here.
and pop on my headphones. Swap to my following tab. And just taking a peek quickly through. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys with Shalalan. She has been stuck on a Fortnite kick. She never meant to play Fortnite, but her fiance convinced her, and she has been absolutely stuck. She's gotten me back into Fortnite, so I play with her and her fiance Han, and their friends Zach and Ari, and anybody else that joins in, Garcia, different people. It's been an absolute blast. I've streamed a little bit of it as well, but they're good fun. They're, I think, co-streaming. She might even be doing like a gals night. But if you would be able to stick through the raid and show her some love, and if you like the vibe, give her a follow. And you can also check out anybody else in there as well. So we're gonna give Shala a raid. Thank you all so much for joining me. Let me click some buttons so this thing actually gets started. And I will see you. Oh, she just died. This will be funny. You're gonna have to tease her about dying. She absolutely adores the Wrecker gun in that game. Vanavi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to get to hang out with you some more. Thanks for sharing your design and project on the Discord. So, okay, everybody, have a great night. I will see you guys over in Shala's chat. Bye-bye.